that for me.
Yeah.
All right, so we start with anesthesia equipment. We do that because it is genuinely unpleasant. And if we do it any time of the very first lecture, it's very hard for anyone to stay focused on it. You're all graduating after in 2014, correct? All right, so.
Oh, God.
Okay, not that anybody's counting, but Commissioner knows exactly how many days. Anesthesia equipment, if you're not already aware, now constitutes 15% of the exam this year. Changed it. They took all professional aspects out of the exam. Changed all the questions to be equipment questions. So a little more than 1 in every 7 questions will be equipment questions. So we really, we actually really need to push on this. They made it a very, very important topic. So we're going to cover that pretty thoroughly. In addition to that, since you graduated in 2014, we no longer have a good estimate of your pass rate, as they may have told you they're changing it when they make it a little more difficult to pass the exam. So I'm certainly not sure that's well. We're going to start with the ideal gas laws. It's a fair number of questions, and whenever I can, I'm going to tell you how the questions are worded. Because it's very uncommon for them to say, what the following is Boyle's Law, colon. Right? They usually try and orient them more classically and more clinically, rather. Boyle's Law states that pressure times volume is a constant. Right? It means, like, for example, in an E-cylinder, if I jam more volume into the tank, if I start pushing more gas into the tank, the pressure is going to go up. It's an indirect relationship. It's the only one that is. It's an indirect relationship, meaning if volume goes up, pressure goes down. They're going to inversely be related. Okay, so pressure times volume is a constant. The way Boyle's Law questions always appear is it's Boyle's Law that lets us ventilate a patient. What we do when we want to ventilate a patient is we grab the bag. We physically make the bag smaller. Right? We do it with our hands. We're going to change the volume of the bag. But if we make the bag smaller, we know the pressure must go up, and that's the forward driving force. It's usually clear how the question is worded. The next 3 laws are all direct relationships. Charles' law says that volume over temperature is a constant. That means that when we heat a gas, it expands. We know that. That's how hot air balloons fly. Heating a gas causes it to expand. Now you're going to see the next 3 laws all involve temperature. Right? They're not uncommon questions on the boards. They appear as calculation questions now. And everybody tends to do poorly on them. In fact, on Sunday, we're going to give you a mock test. Well, one of the questions is going to involve one of these 3 laws. I don't remember specifically which it is. And it's most likely that the group that has that question will get it wrong. Why will they get it wrong? Because they won't convert to Kelvin. If you don't convert the gas temperatures when you're doing the gas laws equation to Kelvin, you get it wrong every time. You're going to wind up with a 0 in the denominator or a negative number in the denominator. Heating a gas from 20 degrees centigrade to 40 degrees centigrade does not double its volume. 293 to 313 Kelvin. All right? So you have to, you put it in italics and everything. Right? You must convert to Kelvin to do any of the gas laws. All right, I hate memorizing things. I just hate it. Because usually when I memorize things, the worst is the coagulation cascade. I can't seem to remember that at all. It starts with 12. Anyway, this we have to memorize. These are easy questions to write. There's a psychology behind word questions. In order for a question writer to write a question, they have to write the question. They have to be able to reference it in 2 sources. Right? And one of the sources will never be Morgan McHale's review. It's regarded as a review book. Doesn't mean it's a bad book, but they can't use it. It's going to be a classic anesthesia text. They have to be able to reference it in 2 sources. And then it goes out and gets incorporated in your exam as one of what's called test questions. There are 30 of your first 100 questions won't be real exam questions. They don't count. They don't tell you which ones they are. They have a psychometric guy, a guy named Timothy Muggins, with a PhD in psychometrics, who then analyzes the questions to make sure they're actually legit questions. That they're not trick questions. They're not trying to trick you. Right? If you know the stuff, you're going to pass. If you don't know it, you're not going to pass. But it's not going to be because they gave you a trick question. Right? Forget about trick questions. They're not on the boards. They're going to be that you didn't know the material. These are easy questions to write. Right? I can find this chart anywhere. Now you're going to find with a lot of numbers that we talk about that sometimes the numbers are a bit variable. And the reason is that a lot of the numbers are not cast in stone, such as vapor pressure. Vapor pressure changes with temperature. You see different numbers now and then. All right? At about 18 to 20 degrees, sevoflurane is actually about 155. When you get up to 22 or 23, it goes up here. In the lungs, it's 307. Okay, so once I get up to 37 degrees, I get a big jump. So these are sort of relative values, many of them. So a couple outliers I want to point out. Number one, desflurane, 690. Atmospheric pressure is 760. So here in Raleigh, when we open the bottle with a huge vapor pressure, this evaporates very, very quickly. Things boil when their vapor pressure gets above atmospheric pressure. So Denver, where the mean atmospheric pressure is 670, 627, this is when they open it up, starts to bubble. It actually starts to boil, the anesthesia providers. All right. Nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide, we're going to talk about the E-cylinder. And the E-cylinder, when it's brand new, was about 90 to 95% liquid. It's a tank with liquid in it, just like the sevoflurane bottle. This liquid has a vapor pressure. The vapor pressure is 745 to 20 degrees centigrade. Nitrous oxide also has a MAC. It's not a usable MAC at 1 atmosphere, it's 104%. Now we can flip back and forth between percents and millimeters of mercury, atmospheric pressure, millimeters of mercury, pounds per square inch. And in order to do it, we have to have this piece of information. And that is that 1 atmosphere at sea level is equal to 760 millimeters of mercury, or 14.7 pounds per square inch. This lets us flip back and forth, and I'm going to tell you in just a second why we would ever want to do that. But it means we can also come up with some important numbers. For example, the bottle of sevoflurane. We pull it out of the anesthesia cart. We look at it, tank filled with liquid, tank filled with gas above it. What's the concentration of sevoflurane in that gas? Well, we know the vapor pressure of sevoflurane. We're here in Raleigh, about 1 atmosphere of pressure. So it's 185 over 760. That gas contains 24.34% of sevoflurane. Obviously not a number we clinically use. Now we can flip back and forth between these percentages and millimeters of mercury. So for example, 7% desflurane at 1 atmosphere pressure is 7% times 760, or about 53.2 millimeters of mercury. Why would we ever want to do that? And the answer is that MAC is not a fixed number either. It turns out MAC changes with changes in atmospheric pressure. And the problem is that back in the early 60s, there was a guy named Edmund Eager Sr. He was in San Francisco. And what Eager said is, you know, we've got a real problem. We're both given anesthesia at the time of cyclopropane and ether. He says, we don't really have a good idea of what the potencies are. How much do we have to give? How much is the patient's blood level? So he started measuring. He did it in lab animals. He did it in rats. He would give them ether, and he would keep measuring the end tidal concentration, saying that was the concentration that must be in the brain in order for it to be exhaled. And he found a certain percentage, and when he put a clamp on the rat's tail, it didn't move, and he wrote the percentage in. And he did it to a whole bunch of rats with a whole bunch of different agents, and came up with a list of MACs. And now we have that list of MACs, and we saw just a second ago that when we give 6% desflurane, half the patients don't move in certain states. The problem that Eager didn't know at the time was it was 6% in San Francisco. 6% of 1 atmosphere. It was really 47 millimeters of mercury. That's when it happens. 47 millimeters of mercury stays fixed all the time. 6% does not. In other words, in order to keep a patient asleep, I have to deliver 47 millimeters of mercury at partial pressure of desflurane. If that's at 1 atmosphere, that's 6%. Okay? But if I'm in Denver, more than 6%. I have to get 6%. I have to get 47 millimeters out of the 627. That brings it over 7%. If I'm in a hyperbaric chamber at 2 atmospheres of pressure, it drops it. Right now I've got 47 millimeters of mercury out of 1520 is only 3%. So MAC expressed as millimeters of mercury always stays the same. MAC expressed as a percentage varies with the atmospheric pressure. It's important because nitrous oxide can be used as an anesthetic, for example, in a hyperbaric chamber. We said at 1 atmosphere it was 104%, but at 2 atmospheres it means it's going to be 52%. All right, a mixture of 2 and 2, for example, is going to be anesthetic in hyperbaric chamber 2 atmospheres.
Said MAC expressed as a percentage varies with atmospheric pressure.
Correct.
And then you said something else that said not at steady state.
If expressed in millimeters of mercury, MAC in this range is always 47 millimeters of mercury. It's always 6%. You can do the MAC ACEVA.
So if MAC is expressed as millimeters of mercury, you said the change is constant.
Constant. Okay? And I can flip back and forth. I can say, well, I know sevoflurane, I'm going to say, has got a MAC of 2%. 2% is 760. Or is whatever that comes out to be, about 14 millimeters of mercury. Okay? It's going to be 14 millimeters of mercury wherever. So if I want to know the MAC in Mexico City, I need only know the atmospheric pressure in Mexico City, and then I get the MAC. So it would be a different percentage. All right. Recently on the boards, for whatever reason, these have become very, very popular topics. These are the laws of diffusion. Now, if you go and look up this law, it actually looks quite mathematically complicated. But they're not asking us to do complicated mathematical questions. And nothing on the boards is going to involve much more than arithmetic. This law says that for a given solid, rate of determination across a semi-permeable membrane, the biggest controlling factor is the concentration. Concentration is the single biggest factor determining the rate of diffusion. And then Graham modified this, said a little more about it. Graham said the rate of diffusion is also proportional to the size of the molecule. The bigger the molecule, the more slowly it gets through. Remember, when we're dealing with semi-permeable membranes, we have molecules hitting the membrane. Most of the molecules bounce off. Some of the molecules get through. What determines what gets through and how fast it gets through? Number one, how many collisions are there? If I get a lot of molecules over here, I'm going to get you in just a second, I can see you have a question. If I have a lot of molecules over here, I'm going to have a lot more frequency for getting through. If the molecules are moving fast because the stuff is heated up, I'm going to have a lot more collisions, a lot more getting through. And if the molecules are small, I'm going to find more pores for them to get through. And a lot more are going to get through. Nick says, if I get a lot more molecules on the side, a lot more are going to get through. It's the most important determinant of diffusion. And Graham said, if the molecule is big, it's going to diffuse more slowly. I know you had a question.
I just want to make sure this is just applying to gas molecules.
No, this is any solid.
Okay.
So if you had a column, 2 columns of water, salt in one side, not on the other side, the semi-permeable membrane, it would apply there too. It applies to alveoli. Right, and anesthetics that were given on one side of the alveoli. Okay? All right, medical gases, E-cylinders. You know E-cylinder, it's about 2 feet high, about 4 inches in diameter. Now, there's an important number that you need to know about E-cylinders, and that's this one. The internal volume of an E-cylinder is about 5 liters, 5,000 cubic centimeters. Because if you don't know that number, you can't use any of the gas laws to calculate stuff in the E-cylinder. H-cylinders are those 2 big cylinders like you see at the Carnival and the big balloons. We don't use them much in the OR, although they are used to store nitrous oxide in virtually every facility. Now, medical gases, the E-cylinders have some safety devices in them. They use the pin index safety system. This is a crescent-shaped set of pins and receptacles, and the idea behind it is to keep us from getting a good seal if we put the wrong tank on the wrong yoke. We don't want the nitrous tank on the oxygen yoke. Okay, that's a bad thing. It results in us delivering hypoxic mixture. So the pin index safety system prevents that. We have pressure relief systems, there's actually several in the tank. that will vent the tank if something happens, if the pressure gets too high, like there's a fire. And of course, we have the yoke assembly that we're going to hang the tank on. Also has its own safety. All right, the oxygen E-cylinder. Oxygen has a critical temperature of minus 118 degrees Celsius. Put that. What it means is when I get above that critical temperature, oxygen will always be a gas. When I have the E-cylinder of oxygen and the company is filling it, and they start pumping oxygen in there, if they put twice as much oxygen, if they put 10 liters in the 5-liter tank, pressure doubles. Boyle's law says so. If they put 20 liters in, doubles again. 40 liters, it doubles again. But they can do that forever. And the pressure will get higher and higher and higher, but the oxygen will never become a liquid. Right? It will always be a gas. And that's because we're well above its critical temperature. What it also means is that the tank follows Boyle's law. Boyle's law says that pressure times volume is a constant. So it means if I get an E-cylinder, for example, when it's full is 660 liters, and you're going to put a yellow mark through that, that's the content of a full E-cylinder, at 2,000 psi, and the pressure goes to 1,000 psi, I have 330. It's going to be a direct line, straight line. When I turn that oxygen cylinder on, I start taking oxygen out, the pressure will decline in a linear fashion with contents. Now this sort of question appears time and time again. When do I change my anesthesia equipment? When do I need to change the E-cylinder? When do I need to change the CO2 canister? When do I need to fill my vaporizer? Right, they ask this question in a bunch of different ways, and the answer that they're all looking for is if the item is half consumed, replace it. For the oxygen E-cylinder, when it hits 1,000, you're going to change it. The CO2 canister, if it's half blue, you're going to change it. For your gasoline vaporizer, if it's half empty, you're going to fill it. Right? They ask this question a lot of different ways, but it's very common information, easy to find in textbooks, so it's an easy question to write. All right, nitrous oxide. We mentioned before nitrous oxide had a vapor pressure of 745 pounds per square inch at 20 degrees. And that's because its critical temperature is 36.5. Its critical temperature is higher than room temperature. That means nitrous doesn't exist as a liquid and does in the tank. In fact, when you first get the tank, it's 90 to 95% filled with nitrous liquid. It also means that it doesn't follow Boyle's law. Every time I take some nitrous oxide out, new nitrous oxide bubbles up, repressurizes the tank. In fact, they use nitrous oxide as propellants for gas-driven cans, like the Ready-Whip can is the classic. It uses nitrous oxide as a propellant. So the gauge doesn't tell me the tank contents. It's always 745. In fact, when the tank contents, the gauge finally moves from 745 to 744, it means all the liquid is gone. And somewhere between 16 to 25% of the tank contents is all that remains. So when I first see that gauge move 1 millimeter, I know my tank is less than 4 full. The E-cylinder, because it stores nitrous oxide as a liquid, is a much more efficient storage vehicle liquid. So it contains 1590 liters of nitrous oxide at a much lower pressure, 745 to 750, depending on the room temperature. All right, this is the anesthesia machine. This looks unnecessarily complicated, but we really know all about it already, right? Because we've used it. We get gas from two sources. We get gas from tanks, and we get gas from the pipeline. Our job with the anesthesia machine is going to be to take these items in, add some safety features, excuse me, mix them in the proportions that we want, and add some anesthetic vapor, and then send it out to the breathing circuit of our choosing, most commonly the surfaces. So that's what we're going to do here. Those tanks come in. We have some pressure reduction devices called regulators. We have a fail-safe valve. We'll talk about it. We have an alarm to measure the pressure of the oxygen. We bring the flow meters, and we also have a straight shot to the flush valve. We add anesthetic vapor, and we come out the common gas out. It allows us to mix the anesthetic inhaled agents in the proportions and percentages that we want. All right, so these are the machine components. We got the oxygen and nitrous supplies, tanks or pipeline. We have gauges to monitor the pressure. We have regulators. We're going to talk about those to reduce the pressure at more usable levels. We have some alarm devices and safety features like the fail-safe valve, the oxygen proportioning system, the flow meters, and of course we have the flush valve. All right, wall pressure comes in at about 40 to 60 psi. We know that saw the two tank pressures, about 2,000 for oxygen, 750 for nitrous. Oxygen can flow in any one of 5, some textbooks say 6 places. There's a straight shot we saw to the flush valve, and even bypasses the on-off switch. If you've been given anesthesia for any length of time, you know when you're in a rush and checking the machine, that you can pressure check your machine while it's on. Right? That's a safety feature, which will look really dumb when you're going to turn your flow meters on and nothing goes up. You got to turn the switch on, the oxygen alarm starts to line, and everybody knows you didn't really check the machine thoroughly. Okay? There's an oxygen supply failure alarm. That's that audible alarm we just talked about. It tells you when there's been a change in the oxygen pipeline pressure. Whether the pipeline pressure just went higher or lower, that thing will alarm. It's what's called a fail-safe valve. It's sometimes called the oxygen pressure cutoff valve. It's sometimes called the nitrous oxide cutoff valve. It's sometimes called a fail-safe valve. Be alert to the fact that all 3 of those designations are the same. The idea with the fail-safe valve is, in older machines, is a very old device. It's been on anesthesia machines a long time. On older machines and new machines, we'd like to know if something happens to our supply of oxygen. The last thing we want is nitrous oxide running because our tank ran out, or because something happened to our pipeline supply. So this is a valve that sits and monitors the oxygen pressure. If the pressure falls below 20 to 25 psi, shuts the nitrous oxide. That's its job. Now the way questions are always worded about the fail-safe valve is that we're asking you if it prevents hypoxic mixtures. It doesn't. As long as there was pressure in the anesthesia machine to the oxygen pipeline, you could have turned on 100% nitrous. We have other devices that stop us from doing that, but it isn't the fail-safe valve. The fail-safe valve works only if the oxygen pressure falls below that 20 to 25 psi. We're counting on you not to make a hypoxic mixture. All right. The 5th place it goes is pneumatically powered devices. For us, that's always the ventilator. The 6th place it can go is a dedicated flow valve to deliver oxygen through nasal cannula or a face mask or something like that. All right, nitrous and other gases are also supplied by wall-outlet cylinders. They do not go to the 5 places. These go directly to the flow meters. Right? So they don't power pneumatic devices. They do not actuate the fail-safe valve. They can be shut off by the fail-safe valve, but they don't power the fail-safe valve. Of course, don't go to the oxygen alarm.
Does the fail-safe valve also relate to
No. No, we're going to talk about that. That's a little different. Okay, gauges. The first sentence is where all the test questions come. Once again, it's the psychology of these, and this is an easy thing to find in every textbook. Gauges rely on something called the Gordon principle. The Gordon principle is what makes our party favors work, those party favors we had as kids. We took them, you blew into them, they whistled, but they used to roll out. And we used to try and hit each other in the face with it, but glad you grew up in a nice day. Okay? It's the same idea. The harder we blew into it, the faster and the straighter the thing got. And the Gordon tube is the same thing as a curved metal tube. And the higher the pressure, the more the tube becomes straight. And if I attach a needle to it, it's easy for me to measure the pressure. The Gordon principle. A very common board question, which is very straightforward. Most pressure gauges rely on the principle of colon. All right? Curie and Bernoulli and every known Charles, De La Salle, Gordon is all in there. Right, they're usually designed to read 33% higher than the tank pressure. Now, if you've ever taken the front glass plate off, you've seen it's very, very heavy safety glass. Remember, that Borden tube is seeing the full pressure of the tank. It spends its life as a metal tube doing this. And guess what? Finally breaks. And when it does, we want to stop the metal pieces that might come off of a Borden tube rupture from departing into the room and hitting you in the back. So we take the glass plate off the gauge, put it back on. And it's a heavily reinforced glass and a heavily reinforced gauge. Because with oxygen, anything that broke from that Borden tube would come out with 2,000 pounds per square inch propelling. Right, so it's going to attain a good velocity. All right, regulators. You're going to put a big yellow mark through the very first sentence. Regulators convert variable high pressure to constant low pressure. And let's look at that oxygen. We said Boyle's law said that when oxygen comes off the oxygen tank, the very first liter that comes off is going to move that from 2,000 psi to 1,999 point something psi. I can't use 2,000 psi. I was thinking like maybe 20 centimeters of flow for that limitation. 2,000 psi is not going to help. So I got 2,000 psi that I got to reduce to something usable. I use the regulator. But my 2,000 psi on the side of the regulator isn't going to stay that way. I got 2,000 psi coming in here. Goes to my regulator. What I need to come out here is about 30 psi. And this is going to go to 1,900, 1,800, all the way down to 1,000 when I decide to change the tank. This is going to go to 30, 30, 30. Right? Variable high pressure, constant low pressure coming out. That's the job of the regulator. Many machines use more than one regulator to get finer control of the pressure. E-cylinder regulators are always designed to give a lower pressure than the wall outlet. And that's because, as we know, we're sometimes in a time bomb. Sometimes the patient's coming right up from the ER. That's how we got caught with pressure checking the machine while it was still off. Sometimes we turn on the e-cylinders to check them, but we're running around, we forget to turn them off. We'd like, if that happens, to preferentially take oxygen from the pipeline and not from the tank. So we make the pipeline pressure higher. Actually, more specifically, we make the tank pressure after the regulator lower. We're 40 to 60 coming in from the pipeline. We're going to make this around 30 or 35. Preferentially. All right, fail-safe. We talked about it. It shuts off other gases. Actually, newer machines will let air run. Air has oxygen. But if the oxygen pressure goes from 20 to 25, it shuts off nitrous oxide in particular. But does not prevent the delivery of hypoxic mixtures except in that one aspect. It does not, the fail-safe valve, the oxygen pressure cutoff valve, or the nitrous cutoff valve, only does this one job. Not make sure that you turned on the right proportion. The oxygen failure supply valve is actually a very simple device. It's a can with a whistle on it. If oxygen goes by, the whistle, and of course, whistles. When we turn the machine on, the can pressurizes. It's the same with the pipeline pressure on the KKSOVITA and now the Estiva machines. You hear when you turn the machine on. And that's the thing filling up. When you turn the machine off, you hear it empty. Gas goes by the whistle again. Very simple device, but it tells you that there was a change in the pipeline pressure of oxygen. Air moved either in or out of that tank. All right, flow meters. A lot of flow meters are now electric, but none of the board questions are. All the board questions, and that's because these retain a great deal of popularity, ask about the conventional flow meter. That's the one with the bottom. And the reason the conventional flow meter has retained popularity is that in order for it to work, gas must actually flow. So if there won't be an electronic failure or a computer glitch telling me that I have 3 liters of oxygen running when I don't, in order for the bobbin to go up, oxygen really has to be holding it up. And that's why these have retained so much popularity. Anesthesia providers like to see that. They know the oxygen is running. These tapered glass tubes are a little larger at the top. They have almost a V sort of configuration as they come down. They're sometimes referred to as TORP, T-H-O-R-P-E. Now the next couple things are great places for board questions. So we see board questions. High flow rate is the density of the gas that determines the height. Low flow rates, it's the viscosity. If we look at the flow meter, we see the flow meter does this. And if I look at the distance from 0 to 1, it's about 2 inches usually, and from 1 to 2, it's about 1.5 inches, and then every one after that is 1 inch. Okay. What happened? Why did it change? What made it go so much higher in my first liter than in my upper liters? And the answer was at low flows, I had laminar flow. Laminar flow says my molecules are all moving in one direction. So down here, all the molecules are doing this. It's laminar. It's very, very good at holding the bottom up because all my molecules are trying to do it. As the flow gets higher and higher and higher, my molecules start doing this. And finally, I get molecules that are even doing this. That's turbulent flow. That's much less efficient at holding the bobbin. When I have high flow, when I have turbulent flow, it is the density of the gas that's holding up the bobbin. At low flow, it's the viscosity of the gas. What it means is that flow meters, which are very gas specific, at high flow rates, gases with similar densities, carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide, both have a gram molecular weight of 44. Avogadro's law tells us that they're going to have the same density. And 1 mole is always going to be equal to 22.4 liters. And therefore, at high flow rates, those flow meters could be interchanged. Oxygen and helium, which have vastly different densities, very similar viscosities, and they can be interchanged at low flow rates. Always the same 4 gases. In every textbook, so it's easy to write. Now, how about changes in barometric pressure? We saw they changed that. What do they do to the flow meter? And it's sort of counterintuitive. Because I'm thinking the high atmospheric pressure is pushing on my common gas outlet. If I push on the common gas outlet, I'm going to push the bobbin down. And I do the exact opposite. I want you to think of the bobbin as a helium balloon. We go outside today and let a helium balloon go. How high does the helium balloon fly? And the answer is it's going to go up in the air until the density of the helium balloon equals the atmospheric density. The atmospheric density is going to get less and less and less the higher we go, and finally they'll become even. On beautiful, nice days like this, by the way, it's always a beautiful, nice day at the beach. Right? They love to be outside. It'll be beautiful all weekend. On beautiful days like this, the balloon is going to fly higher than on crappy, rainy, low-pressure days. Also, the flow under high atmospheric pressure will be higher and overestimate the gas flow. Usually it's not very clinically significant, but it can be, and it gets very significant under things like hyperbaric conditions. The pressure goes up, the flow meter flows too high, meaning I say I'm flowing 3 liters a minute of oxygen. This thing, I'm really only flowing 2.8. I've overestimated my gas flow because the barometric pressure is too high. All right, oxygen proportion systems. This is the Link 25. Drager uses the ORNC. This is a device that tries to prevent us from making a hypoxic mixture. And this links the flow of oxygen and nitrous oxide so that we can't, in theory, deliver less than a 0.25%. All right, flush valve. As we said, flush valve bypasses the on-off switch. Oxygen comes out from the flush valve at 40 to 60 psi. That's still a lot of pressure. Once again, we were thinking about 25 centimeters of water, not 40 pounds per square inch. So there's a risk of barotraumatification under the right conditions. Put a big yellow mark through this. Once again, in every textbook, really write an easy question about that. 1 in 7 of my questions is going to be pertinent. Flow from the flush valve is 30, 70 liters a minute. That's a lot of flow. We know that. Bag comes off the machine, we put it on, and it's full. All right, we can push that in for about 500 milliseconds if we fill our 3-liter bag. All this stuff, we're going to add some volatile agent in a second. All this stuff is going to come out the common gas outlet, and we're going to bring it to a breathing circuit. Most commonly, the enclosed circuit. That's a 15-millimeter connection. I've never seen a question about that in my life. What's important about it, and the only reason I mention it, is it's different than the scavenger. It's different than the size of the hoses, and that is a safety feature of the machine. You don't even correctly hook it up. We can attach circuit hoses directly to the common gas outlet if we have enough tape. But as anesthesia providers, you already know there are very, very few problems that cannot be solved in the operating room with sufficient tape. That's a joke. All right, this is the variable bypass vaporizer. What was the percentage of sevoflurane in our jar and that gas above it? 24%. Right? That's bad news. All right, we'll be out of business in a day if we start delivering 24% sevoflurane. So we got to deliver, we left numbers like about a tenth of that. Ooh, 3%. Right, so what are we going to do? We're going to use this variable bypass. We're going to take our fresh gas flow right from our flow meters, and we're going to put it through this device. We're going to, most of it, never pick up any vapor. It's going to bypass all the vapor completely. But some of it, we're going to get through this volatile agent. This here, if it's sevoflurane, is going to be 24%. All right, it's going to saturate, it's going to be 24%. But when I get up here and it mixes with this that doesn't have any, I get the gas concentration I want. Right? And I can adjust that. I can determine how much goes here versus how much goes here. I just raise and lower this. If I want a higher concentration, I put more through the vaporization chamber. Now this is a very important thing because this is a ratio that I'm determining with this valve. So it doesn't matter if my fresh gas flow is 2 liters a minute or 4 liters a minute or 8 liters a minute. It's going to keep making that constant fraction. Until that a certain fraction go here and a certain fraction go there. So variable bypass flow meters are flow independent. That's very, very common board questioning lunch. That's the exact term they use. It's flow independent. It doesn't matter if it's 1, 2, 4, 8 liters a minute. If I set 2%, I get 2%. Because it's a constant fraction that's being converted. All right, these are the, from Dalton's law of the saturated vapor pressure. We already said sevoflurane is 24%, isoflurane turns out to be 31%. And desflurane at 1 atmosphere of pressure is 690 over 760, or 91%. All right, so variable bypass characteristics. Number 1, flow independence. Number 2, vapor pressure specific. Right, on the sevoflurane vaporizer, I'm counting on that 24%. If I get something 31%, it's going to make all the wrong calculations. I'm going to get too much out. Vapor pressure changes with temperature, so I have to build in a device into this, usually a bimetallic strip, to compensate, because maybe I'm doing a treating. The room's 26 degrees and not 20 yet. And every time I evaporate some anesthetic agent, I'm going to consume some heat. I'm going to have efficient heat transfer. Picked up the vaporizer, quite heavy. A lot of method has a lot of means of transferring heat from the room to the anesthetic agent, so that the evaporative process does not cause the vaporizer to cool and lose vapor pressure. All right. Here's a little number I'm just going to give to you. Each volatile agent, each cc of liquid produces about 200 cc's of gas. Once again, like nitrous oxide, liquid is a very, very efficient means of storing gas. So how long, if I was going off to the radiology suite, I put 100 cc's of sevoflurane in my vaporizer, getting 3 liters a minute, 2%, how long will that 100 cc's last? So I got 3,000 cc's and I'm delivering 2%. In order to deliver 2%, I'm going to need to put 60 cc's of gas per minute in that flow. I've got 3 liters going in. I better add 60 cc's of gas to that 3 liters if I want to deliver 2%. I get 200 cc's for every 1 cc of liquid, so I'm going to use 0.3 cc's of liquid each minute I deliver that concentration. This is going to last for about 330 minutes with this flow rate. If I double the flow rate, I'm going to cut that time in half. All right, if I double the flow rate to 6 liters a minute, then I'm going to have to add 2%, 120 cc's of gas to make that same percentage. So I can conserve on gas, as we know. I can conserve on gas and vapor use by reducing my flow. All right, how about barometric pressure on the vaporizer? We saw what it did to the flow meter. How about the vaporizer? Decreases in barometric pressure was an increase in vaporizer output. And conversely, increases in barometric pressure cause a fall in vaporizer. This is usually a very little clinical consequence. And the reason it's of little consequence is that a fall in vapor pressure, which causes an increase in vaporizer output, also causes an increase in MAC. My vapor pressure goes, my atmospheric pressure goes down, my MAC as a percentage goes up, but because of the physics of the vaporizer, so does my output. Okay? So this is of usually very, very little clinical consequence with the variable bypass. Now what about desflurane? Desflurane was a real problem. When they first synthesized desflurane, they said this stuff is great. It doesn't smell that good, okay? But it really comes on very quickly, it disappears very quickly, it preserves cardiac output, it's hardly metabolized at all, in tenths of a percent. This stuff is really cool. We're going to like this. How in the world are we going to do it? When we put in a variable bypass vaporizer, it just starts vaporizing on its own. I mean, the stuff is all but boiling. They tried different ideas. One of the first ideas was a fuel injection system. People said, you know, we shoot 1 cc of liquid into the circuit, we get 200 cc's of gas. If the circuit, for example, is 10 liters in size, up to 2%. What does he say? I get 2%. Okay, it was big and it was bulky, and the big, big problem with the fuel injection was that the size of the circuit kept changing. And that's because the size of the circuit is not only our tubes and CO2 canister, it's also our patient's FRC. And my FRC is different than yours. An FRC is very size dependent. So then somebody very bright said, you know what, I think we're looking at this all wrong. We're looking at this all wrong. We've been giving high pressure gas for years. We got nitrous oxide. It's 745. It's way over this. 745 is about 38,000 millimeters of mercury. Let's forget about this whole idea. Let's heat this stuff up. We'll bring it up to 1,500 millimeters of mercury, and we'll deliver it as a gas. And that's what it does. It is not a variable bypass vaporizer. It's simply another gas tank. You turn it on and off, and it delivers in a very, very similar fashion that we deliver nitrous oxide. We have pressure sensors in there to determine the fresh gas flow so we get the right percentage. I'll have to go back to this for a second. They like this word questions, and I'll tell you how they word them and what they do. This thing, if I set it to 6%, delivers 6%. Pretty good. It's great. It's job description. 6%, that's you, buddy. So if this rain vaporizer says I'm in, I'm going to give you 6%. I'm going to give you 6% no matter what. I'm going to give you 6% if it's a rainy day or sunny. I'm going to give you a 6% if you're in Mexico City, and I'm going to give you 6% if you're in a hyperbaric chamber. Except the MAC in a hyperbaric chamber at 2 atmospheres is only 3%. So we saw before the variable bypass vaporizer keeps changing its output. It kind of compensates for the fact that the MAC goes up when the atmospheric pressure goes down. This doesn't. Actually, the pressure. And under hyperbaric conditions, This vaporizer needs you to know that you better give 3%, because it's going to give 6%. If it has to give 6% of 2 atmospheres, it's going to add enough gas to give 6%. That's twice back now. Right? And that's how the question about this vaporizer is always working. Okay, circle system. This is our most popular breathing circuit. It's called a circle system because it goes in a circle. Why is it so popular? Because it lets us rebreathe gas. It means we can rebreathe anesthetic. The whole key to success in rebreathing gas in the circle system is to get rid of the waste gas. If I want to rebreathe my exhaled gas, I better kill the CO2 one. I have a CO2 absorber. I have an adjustable pressure limiting valve. I need to get rid of extra gas. I'm going to deliver more than the patient takes up. Only 200 cc's. So I better have a place to get rid of it. I need this to flow in a circle. If it starts flowing back and forth in 2 directions, I'm going to get rebreathing. So I'm going to have to put valves in. So all the exhaled gas is diverted to the CO2 absorber. I don't get a chance to inhale it again. I got reservoir bags, circuit hoses, and of course we just spent a lot of time on the fresh gas supply. All right, the CO2 absorber, there are now 2 CO2 absorbers. Vareline is dead. If you're using a textbook that has Vareline in it, put down your yellow marker, pick up your black marker, and cross it out. Okay, you don't need to know about Vareline. It's not on the board. But the idea with the CO2 absorbers is a chemical reaction. We're going to take the CO2 out. It's an acid-base reaction. It's like the old Bronsted-Lowry stuff in high school. How unpleasant. All right? We're going to take an acid, CO2, we're going to react it with a strong base, calcium hydroxide. I'm going to get the conjugate salt, the Bronsted-Lowry told me so, calcium carbonate, and water. Right? It's an acid-base reaction. It's exothermic. It gives off heat. Usually that's not of much clinical consequence unless there's a lot of CO2, like with MH. It happens in all 3 physical phases, solid, liquid, and gas. I don't know why they like this question so much. It's a mystery to me. I started giving anesthesia in 1980, present 1980, so we're now at 33 years, all right? And not once has this piece of information helped me clinically in any way whatsoever, except, okay, answer questions on tests. If they're irregularly shaped granules, makes sense. I want to increase the surface area that are 4-8 mesh. It's in every book. Every book. Right? You can barely read a People magazine and not find 4-8 mesh. All right, so it appears all the time in questions. They're usually 1,000-gram canisters or so. Some machines, breathing circuits are out there using different sizes. 1,000 grams can absorb about 200 liters of CO2, meaning 100 grams absorbs around 20 liters, and that's the number they like. Now, CO2 absorbers are about half granule, half airspace. Why? Because we put 2 of them in a row, and each one has 500 cc's airspace. It means when the patient exhales, if all the gas goes to the CO2 absorber, all of it, none of it went out the APL, we got a closed circuit going, it still sits in the seal bigger than the tidal volume. It sits in there and gets absorbed. Right? It's very fast anyway. Soda line, which is the fastest, absorbs the CO2 in about 160 milliseconds. So that's way before the next breath comes in. All right, the APL, also known as the pop-off up in New Haven, where I am, it's called a pop-off. All right, that's excess pressure. Pressure in the circuit. So when I close it, I need a higher and higher circuit pressure for it to open. I sent it fully open for spontaneously ventilating patients. I close it, it beeps. And although I don't have to do it anymore, we used to, it's set fully closed for patients on the ventilator. So when I switch over to the ventilator, the APL is removed from the circuit. Now the ventilator's job is to get rid of extra gas. Unidirectional valves makes it flow in a circle. I don't want it going back and forth. Back and forth will give it the opportunity to rebreathe exhaled gas before it gets to the CO2 absorber. Back and forth is bad. Okay? So rebreathing is not something we're looking for, and the unidirectional valves prevent it. All right, reservoir bag. What can you say? All right. Lo and behold, it turns out a lot. And that's because it isn't a plastic bag like from the dry cleaner. Okay? It's specially designed. Specially designed with patient safety in mind. I'll come down to this sentence. And if I look at a graph of pressure, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook up, just put a loop between my expiratory and inspiratory limb. I'm going to close my APL and I'm going to turn on 3 liters a minute. My bag's 3 liters. So first, my first minute, nothing happens, pressure low. And the bag gets full. The bag starts to climb in pressure. It gets to 40 and 42 and then does this. All the way for about 300 liters. You don't need to know that. And then, of course, it pops. All right, but the pressure stays 40. It's designed so the bag gets bigger and bigger without the pressure going up. It's a safety feature to spare the patient barotrauma if we forget somehow to ventilate the patient or to open the APL. It's actually not an uncommon event. Patients go to bypass or come off bypass that there are ventilation issues. How big, if put a yellow mark to this, how big should the bag be? I love this. What size bag do I use? Do I use a 3-liter bag or a little tiny kid? No, but how big should it be? And it should be larger than the inspiratory capacity of the patient. You never measure the inspiratory capacity. It's a dumb thing. If we say 2 liters, the baby says 1 liter. Okay, but that's not the answer they're looking for. You've got to take a test and pass. Circuit hose is 22 millimeters. Different than the 15 millimeters that came out of the machine. Its compliance is about 3 centimeters of water per meter. That actually turns out to be 5 centimeters of water per circuit. Why is that important? I don't like to tell too many stories, but just to make a point of this. First time I did a kid, very first time I did a kid, very scary attending as editor-in-chief of the anesthesia and analgesia. Everybody was afraid of it. I had everything set up for this kid. The kid was about 10 kilograms. And one of the things I read in preparation for the case was that tidal volume stays the same your whole life. You have a preemie, 10 cc's per kilo. Newborn, adult, a teenager, yeah, that's a great number. All right, I memorize one number, works for everybody all the time. All right, one size fits all. So I set the whole thing up with a nice little ventilator. And I said, it's a 10 kilogram kid. I need 100 cc's of ventilation. Set the thing to 100, let the kid sleep, every sort. Okay, put the kid on the ventilator, and they listen. Chest is moving. Okay, no, very little air exchange. Did the usual things. Took the kid off the ventilator, everything's fine. Looking, listening. Put the kid back on the ventilator. Nothing. So I start turning the ventilator volume up. Finally, I get around 180 to 200 cc's per breath, and lo and behold, the kid's moving everything fine. And I said, that's just great. All right, this is classic. This is a number that's in the textbooks that is clinically unusable. Okay? What was wrong? What happened? What happened wasn't that the number was wrong. What happened was my circuit compliance. I was delivering 20 centimeters of water. I was losing 5 cc's, or 3 cc's per meter, but 5 cc's for every centimeter of water, 100 cc's. I was given 100 cc's. The poor little kid was getting nothing. The whole thing was expanding and collapsing the circuit. And the little kid was getting no gas. So the number was right, I was wrong, I didn't know about circuit compliance. In adults, if I lose 100 cc's, who cares? I went from 850 to 750. If I need to, I'll turn it up 50 and try to see what's going to be time. In a kid, that number is very, very significant. All right, another important thing. All right, so you're going to either keep this 3 cc's or you're going to know that overall compliance is 5. And secondly, we said we need the unidirectional valve. Because anytime the gas flows back and forth, that's dead space. That's rebreathed gas. So dead space in a functioning circuit into the Y piece. I can't inhale from my expiratory hose. My valve stops me. I have to inhale from my expiratory hose. I have to exhale into my expiratory hose. Okay? But there are areas in my circuit, my breathing system, that do have bidirectional flow. The Y piece, the intratracheal tube, the mask, and then, of course, everything that's physiologic dead space. Right? It's an easy question to make a multiple correct response. All of the following, which constitutes dead space? Trachea, endotracheal tube, face mask, Y piece, expiratory lamp, reservoir bag. All right, and you've got to check off the ones that are the right ones. Bidirectional flow, dead space. All right, we don't have to use the circle system. We have some other ones. We have a bunch of Mapleson circuits, 5 or 6, depending on your feeling about the Jackson Reese. Okay, here's some good news. Most all the questions involve these two circuits, and that's because in the United States we only use one of these two, and that's the Mapleson D. Sometimes erroneously called the Bain circuit, although the system is the same. The Bain circuit is a coaxial circuit that puts the inspiratory hose in the expiratory hose. All right, so be alert to that. Sometimes the term coaxial circuit comes up. It means the inspiratory hose is inside the expiratory hose. They don't want hose. It's very low resistance. Has no valves. Has no CO2 absorber. Doesn't have much of anything. All right. Now the next two numbers you're going to memorize. I hate memorizing. I don't see a way around it. Two big Mapleson circuits in use today are the Mapleson A and the Mapleson D. They're easy to remember because the Mapleson D, as we know, has fresh gas flow coming in up at the mass, and the APL back by the bag. And the Mapleson A is just reversed. The fresh gas flow comes in by the bag, and the APL is up by the mass. And we never use the Mapleson A. You're just going to have to understand. Questions surrounding these circuits very frequently involve fresh gas flow. Remember, we have no CO2 absorber. So CO2 elimination is entirely dependent on my fresh gas flow. That's what this is. Mapleson D circuit, because of its structure, is very, very good for controlled ventilation. You need to deliver about 70 to 100 milliliters per kilogram per minute when controlling the patient. If the patient starts to spontaneously ventilate, I have to triple that number. And because of the change in physics, this thing becomes the exact reverse. Very good for spontaneous ventilation, 70 to 100 cc's. Crummy for controlled ventilation. Since in the United States we do mostly controlled ventilation, Mapleson D circuits went real high. In Europe, where they do a lot of spontaneous ventilation, they use a lot of Mapleson. All right, waste anesthetic gases. So we mixed the gases in the machine. We added vapor. We sent it out to the breathing circuit, and now we deliver more gas than the patient takes up. So this extra gas, we have to get rid of it. We want it not, since we do this for a living, we don't want to breathe it every single day. Now I have to tell you, chronic low-level exposure of nitrous oxide has been implicated, however never proven, implicated in spontaneous increased incidence of spontaneous abortion, fetal malformations, increased incidence of cancer, in particular lymphoid tumors, peripheral neuropathy. You work in the OR, you've seen the behavioral changes that have taken place largely amongst the surgical staff. I think it's nitrous oxide. Okay? Those people were regular people. I went to college, and you did too, and then something happened. Nitrous. You're going to memorize this, all right? If you don't get a question on the NIOSH recommendations for waste anesthetic gases, right, you've taken the wrong exam. At the end, you're going to get a fishing license in Wisconsin. You don't want it, all right? They are going to ask you this. Nitrous, the room should contain less than 25 parts per million of nitrous oxide. Should contain less than 2 parts per million of halogenated agent. And if the halogenated agent is being used with nitrous oxide, we're going to lower that number even further and say it should be less than 0.5 parts per million for the halogenated agent. They will ask you that question, right? 2/3 of you will see one or more of these numbers. So you've got to put big yellow marks through that. All right. Our biggest friend in the OR is not actually the scavenger or anything like that. It's the air turnover. It's about 10 times faster than your living room. There's a little breeze going on in there, coming down from the ceiling, going out through the floor. And at least 10 full exchanges of OR air per hour. Scavengers, required by JACO, very effective at diverting the gas from the APL in the ventilator, out safely somewhere else. It's a 19 millimeter hose. 22 for the circuit, 15 for the common gas outlet. Once again, you're going to need a lot of tape if we want to hook this up incorrectly. There are two kinds of scavengers. A closed and open reservoir, I'm going to talk about them, and two kinds of disposal routes. As it turns out, because the breeze is so good in the OR, and we get a lot of flow, and if I just put my hose, my scavenger hose, over by one of these gas outlets on the floor, it sucks it away as efficiently as does a dedicated bag. Most ORs, all of them built now, but most ORs that have been built in recent history, like 25 years, have a dedicated suction, sometimes called evacuation. Evacuation is dedicated, usually doesn't have traps for fluids, so it's not good for in the OR for suction. It's very good for removing anesthetic gases. And even if those gases are pumped out through the roof, where a large collection of pigeons and other wildlife seem to live for reasons that I can't explain. They're very hungry. All right, two kinds of scavengers. The GE, Estiva, Daytexometer use the closed scavenger. Draeger and some other manufacturers use the open scavenger. All right. The idea with the scavenger is not to protect us. The scavenger doesn't protect us. What the scavenger does is protect the patient. What does it protect the patient from? Barotrauma. We need something that removes the anesthetic gases, puts them where we want, namely outside of the OR, but doesn't exert pressure, either negative or positive, on our breathing circuit. That's its job. These devices protect the patient from barotrauma. We have sources of exhaled gas that we need to get rid of. They contain anesthetic. They come in from the ventilator. They come in from the APL. I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to suck it out. But I don't want suction applied to my APL. I'll suck gas out of the anesthesia circuit. On the other hand, can't have that jammed up because then I'm going to give the patient PEEP and eventually barotrauma. These devices, either through valves or through this mechanism here, which I'll talk to you a little bit about, does that. This is the open scavenger. Most questions involve the open scavenger. Closed scavenger uses valves, some to vent air in if the pressure gets negative. So once I hit 0.5 centimeters or negative pressure, rather than sucking on the APL, I'll just vent air in. If I get positive pressure, rather than barotrauma to the patient, I'll vent it out. This is a little more elegant design, I think. This design here is just a can. It's got holes at the top. I put suction down here. I get stuff from the APL, stuff from the ventilator, and it fills up. The suction takes it down, fills up, takes it down, fills up, takes it down. If the suction's too high, fills up, takes it down, and then I draw air into the top. No barotrauma there. If I don't have enough suction, fills up, fills up, fills up, fills up, spills out the top. Still no positive pressure. Scavengers protect the patient from barotrauma. Now, one other important thing, because it's the source of a lot of test questions. The open scavenger must have active removal. All right? If I have passive removal and I don't apply any suction, I spill out the top every time. You must use active suction with the open scavenger. All right, ventilator classification. Several kinds of ventilators. Volume limited, pressure limited, jet, and high frequency. We classify these, at least for the first two, by what terminates inspiration. If inspiration is terminated because a fixed volume has been delivered, like 6 or 700 that's a volume limited ventilator. If it's terminated because a set pressure is achieved, 22 centimeters or more, it's a pressure limited ventilator. Jet ventilators use a little catheter, goes right into the trachea. We deliver high pressure, right, 25 to 30 psi. Through that, we drive oxygen into lungs, we train some air through the Venturi effect. Almost all the questions about jet ventilators involve two things. Number one, we're drawing in air. And number two, you cannot, even if you're Schwarzenegger, balance the California budget. No, wrong. You can't do that either. But you cannot deliver 25 to 30 psi with your hand. You can't do it. You must have a tank to do this. All right. There's some characteristics about pressure and volume limited ventilators that you need. They get a job description. They're very, very dedicated employees. Exactly what the job description. The job description of the volume limited ventilator is to deliver a fixed volume. 700 cc's. Turn it in. 700 cc's gets delivered. It's going to deliver the 700 cc's whether the pressure is 15 centimeters of water, 55. It's going to deliver the 600 cc's. It's very insensitive to changes in compliance. I put the breathing tube in, I set the thing to 600, and then because of the irritation of the breathing tube, the patient has some bronchospasm. So the patient clamps down, this thing delivers 600 cc's. My pressure went from 20 to 40 to do it, but it delivers 600 cc's. It's his job. Right? And it's a dedicated employee. It's very insensitive to changes in patient compliance, plus or minus. How about leak? Now, when you think of leak, what I want you to think of doing is taking a 16-gauge gel gun and shoving it right in the endotracheal tube, right into the plastic, pulling the spine let out. Now you got a leak. I think it's 100 cc's per breath. Pulling it out that way. I have a leak. What happens? Volume limited ventilator doesn't care. 600 cc's, it's going to deliver 600 cc's. If 100 goes out the little hole, 100 went out the hole. That's not what you hired me for. You hired me for 600 cc's, I gave you 600 cc's. All right, how many weeks of vacation? All right. So it's very sensitive to any leak. But minute ventilation, time volume is dramatically altered by leak. Not by changing compliance. So how about the pressure limit? We put the endotracheal tube in and the patient gets some bronchospasm. Pressure limited ventilator says, I've got to deliver 22 centimeters or worse. So it is what you hired me to do. I'm very, very good at this. I used to give 22 centimeters or worse 600 cc's. Now I got bronchospasm. I hit that with 200 cc's. Okay? Very sensitive to changes in compliance. Also minus. If the surgeon opens the chest and my elastic recoil of my lung is reduced, I'll give 700 cc's because I had to get to 22. Had to do it. How about the leak? Put my IV catheter in, pull my spine let out. It goes and rush, air 100 cc starts rushing out. But it says I can't stop the inspiratory process until I get to 22. So it gives more. It gives more. So it's very insensitive to leak. Almost always the board questions comparing volume to limb pressure limited ventilators involve leak and the resistance of the pressure limited ventilator to leak. Okay. Volume ventilators are what we most commonly use. And this is what we have in the OR. There are two big components. There's the bellows assembly that's going to deliver the gas, and there's, of course, a control box. Overhanging bellows ventilators don't meet the JACO standards, although there's a new one that's coming out that probably does, so this sentence may need to come out. Right now, it would certainly be this, and it says that in both textbooks. Now let's talk about the ventilatory cycle. What does the ventilator do? In the circuit, I want you to think of the ventilator as a little tiny guy that came over, stood by your bag, and you said, I want you to do this. I want you to do it this fast, this far, every single time. Okay? And that's what he does. So that's where it is on the circuit. It is exactly where the bag is. In fact, on older machines, before we had every machine had a ventilator, you used to run around in the morning if you had a big case, get a ventilator, and when you wanted to put the patient on the ventilator, you simply hooked it up, took the bag off, ventilator right in your bag, and you pulled it off. You don't want to ventilate the scavenger, you want to ventilate the patient. This is now done automatically. What happens? All right, so we're at the top, we want to ventilate the patient. First thing I want to do is close my relief valve that goes to the scavenger. That is sometimes called a spill valve. So make a note of that. This is the valve they're talking about when you hear the term spill valve used. Now, now I'm going to deliver oxygen to the chamber. I got a lucite chamber, I got bellows inside, and the lucite outside. I'm going to pressurize that clear chamber. In pressurizing the clear chamber, I am going to, because Boyle's law tells me so, push down on the bellows. The bellows is filled with anesthetic gas. It's going to be given then to the patient. When the patient gets all the gas that's supposed to get, that volume, so it gets to 600 cc's, I turn off the flow of oxygen to the ventilator. I open and relieve the pressure in the lucite chamber. The elastic recoil of the patient starts to cause the patient to exhale, refilling the bellows. And when the bellows gets to the top, I spill valve opens. So any excess gas now runs out to the scavenger. Right, there are a bunch of questions about spill valves, and now that we know what the spill valve does, we can answer them. If the spill valve gets stuck, the patient gets peaked. It goes to the top, gas continues to come in, can't go out, that gas pressurizes the patient. If the spill valve fails to close, we ventilate the scavenger and not the patient. Right? So there's a bunch of spill valve questions, but they always come to those 2 points. Third point we want to add to our notes is what if there's a leak in the bellows? This bellows is plastic, it pulls up and down all the time, it wears out. I go to the inspiratory cycle, oxygen that's driving and pressurizing that thing, some of it's going to go in through the hole. The oxygen goes in through the hole, is going to dilute my anesthetic gases. My FiO2 is going to go up, I'll get nitrous. My anesthetic concentration is going to go down with every breath. All right, so those 3 things. But the big questions recently have concerned the spill. All right, fresh gas flow coupling. Older ventilators have a problem. You have a bigger.
I just want to stop real quick because I want to make sure I have that clean. So if the spill valve is stuck, the patient gets heat. If the spill valve, feels to close and the scavenger system.
Then we'll ventilate the scavenger. I'll do this. And not the patient.
Okay, and then if it leaks in the bellows, then it's that concentration now to why the patient is down.
Yeah, because oxygen will be driven into that hole when the lucite chamber is pressurized. Okay? All right, fresh gas will come. During the inspiratory phase, the only place gas can go is to the patient. The spill valve's closed. Everything that comes into the circuit must go to the patient. So the patient receives a combination of 2 gas flows. Gas flow number 1 is, of course, the compression of the bellows. But while the spill valve's closed, fresh gas flow coming into the machine must also go to the patient. It means the tidal volume is larger than it appears to be. All right, if my fresh gas flow, for example, is 6 liters a minute, all right, or 100 cc's a second of fresh gas flow, and my inspiratory phase is 2 seconds, I deliver 200 more cc's than the ventilator, than the bellows displacement is showing. It's called fresh gas flow coupling. Another very important thing is we saw the flush valve delivers 30 to 70 liters a minute. If I push that during the inspiratory cycle, that flow must go to the patient. Nowhere else in the circuit for it to go. Newer ventilators use what's called a piston design, and they actually have built-in compensation for changes in flow. Much more accurate. They don't depend on oxygen. They have built-in compensation for fresh gas flow. But at least 50% of the ventilators currently in use are gas-driven and do have fresh gas flow coverage. Our high-frequency ventilators, we don't use them very often. They do very fast ventilatory rates and usually tidal volumes less than dead space. Right? John West in West Physiology would tell us that that patient's not being ventilated. If we only move dead space, we don't move any alveolar gas. But the rapid rates allow for diffusion. All of the questions on the boards related to this come from this last paragraph. Why would I ever use that? Okay, who wants that? The answer is I use it with conventional ventilation. It's fatal. It's like the bronchopleural fistula. I give patients a breath. But this bronchopleural fissure, which is a low resistance circuit, runs right out. I can't ventilate my good lung. It's higher pressure, and all my breath goes out. Right? One lung ventilation, anesthesia, tracheal reconstruction. Times when conventional ventilation will fail, high frequency ventilation will sometimes work. All right, capnography, there are two types, side stream and mainstream. Capnography depends on infrared light. And that's because CO2 is strongly absorbed by infrared. So I'm going to shine infrared, okay, at a frequency that CO2 absorbs it. I'm going to look for it on the other side of my gas sample. There's a lot of CO2 there. It absorbs the infrared. I don't get a lot on the other side. I say, ooh, a lot of CO2. If I'm getting all my infrared back, not much CO2. Where I analyze it determines if it's side stream or mainstream. Side stream is the most commonly one in use. It's a little tiny tube that connects. We draw a sample off constantly, about 200 cc's a minute, and we look for the CO2. Mainstream puts the analyzer right in the circuit. It used to be very popular, then not so popular. We also have chemical indicators. We use those on the floor, intubate a patient, and then look chemical indicator to make sure CO2 is present in any place. The capnogram. This is up there with NIOSH recommendations. Right, you will get a capnogram. 4 phases in the capnogram. And the very first phase is the inspiratory baseline. It should be 0. We're not anticipating the patient is inhaling raw CO2. Now, the inspiratory baseline is composed of the patient inhaling, the patient exhales. Dead space, no CO2, dead space, exhalation. And then alveolar gas starts mixing with the dead space. Phase 2, also called on the board the transition phase. Don't let the transition phase fool you. There's a transition between pure dead space gas and pure alveolar gas. That's where they mix. Start from the slope of phase 2. Airway obstruction, therefore, slows the exhalation of alveolar gas, and therefore gives me less of a slope in phase 2. Phase 3 is all alveolar gas. So here's my alveolar gas coming out. Usually has a slight upstroke to it. And that's because as exhalation occurs, those units emptying later have a little more CO2 in them. Finally, the inspiratory downstroke, the patient starts to inhale again, or we give positive pressure. Fresh gas flow goes by, is sampled, very little CO2 dramatically drops. Right, those are the 4 phases. We have a bunch of abnormal capnograms we're going to look at. We just talked a little about increased airway resistance. It's going to stop the alveoli from emptying so efficiently. The gas is going to come out slower. That transition is going to take longer to occur. Right, so my slope goes down. This is the most common of the capnograms on the boards. That should have gone to 0. Right, I shouldn't be breathing in CO2. Now, when I see rebreathing, I may have a more complex question than is this? Okay, what does this indicate? It may say, how do I want to address the issue? And my very next question when I see this, if the question doesn't say which of the following is indicative of CO2, or more commonly they're drag and drop questions where you get 4 capnograms and you're going to match them up with the pathology. If it says something more complex, like what do you want to do? Question number B on this is what circuit do I have? Right, so the first thing I'm going to do is identify it, and the second thing I'm going to do is say what circuit do I have? Why do I care? Because if I have a circle system, something went wrong. I'm not taking the CO2 out. It shouldn't matter what my fresh gas flow is. CO2 should come out even if I turned the flows off. The bag will eventually collapse, but I shouldn't see rebreathing. If I have a non-rebreathing system, one of my veins, that means my fresh gas goes down. It's a circle system, I got a valve problem or CO2 absorber problem. If it's a Bain circuit, I have inadequate fresh gas line. And there were no valves, no CO2 absorbers. So CO2 elimination on the Bain, entirely fresh gas line. Maybe I switched from controlled ventilation to spontaneous ventilation on a Mapleson B, and all of a sudden my 70 to 100 needs to be increased. Right, these are cardiac oscillations. Remember, the heart is occupying the space in the chest where the third lobe of the left lung would have been. But room had to be made. So the heart's in there. Well, there's only 2 lobes in the left lung, 3 in the top. In young, healthy people, intrathoracic volume is constantly changing. The ventricle fills up to 150, goes down to 7, down to 7. Every time it does it, if the stroke volume's big, I move a little gas. And when the heart empties, and that becomes smaller, I throw a little gas in. When the heart fills, I push a little gas out. They're called cardiac oscillations. They're really normal. But they appear suddenly and may indicate that the patient's stroke volume has gone up. If they disappear and they're there, it may indicate the stroke volume has gone down. All right. These are sometimes called corereviewday. They're spontaneous ventilations that are occurring during controlled ventilations. They give me a couple pieces of important information. Piece of important information. The CO2 curve from almost every drug we give in the operating room, with the exception of ephedrine, is pushed down and to the right. Does everybody know what that means? If you know what that means, raise your hand. Okay. Here's the CO2 response curve. Here's CO2 in minute ventilation. And what it says here, normally, here's my curve. I don't see any ventilation until about 35 or 38. And I see this. The higher the CO2, the greater cerebral acidosis, the faster I breathe. Okay? Here's my CO2 curve on general anesthesia. I just love that. What happened? First thing that happened, I didn't start to breathe until I got higher. Second thing, I didn't get my minute ventilation. My CO2 curve is pushed to the right and down. Everything about my responsiveness to CO2 is diminished. This is true of narcotics, it's true of volatile agents, it's true of virtually everything we give except ephedrine. Okay? Back to this. What is this telling me? This patient's trying to spontaneously ventilate, and he's got a depressed CO2. Number one, he's probably lighter than I am. Number two, if there was any neuromuscular blockade around, it ain't anymore. Okay? Number three, the CO2 is likely higher than I think. Okay? So I've got several events going on here that corereviewday is making. All right, we have a difference between our arterial and end-tidal CO2, usually 3 to 5 millimeters of mercury. Changes in the V2 ratio will change that, in particular changes in dead space. This next is a very important conceptual thing. It's asked on the boards about 200 different ways. All right? Shunting. Shunting is perfused ventilated alveoli. Shunting implies the blood comes from the right side of the heart to the left side of the heart without being oxygenated. Doesn't have to go through the lung. Maybe it went through an ASD. But there's shunting. Usually the problem is in the lung. Profoundly affects oxygenation. Doesn't do much to CO2. On the other side of PQ ratio, I have ventilated alveoli with no perfusion. Right? So the first was perfusion with no ventilation, shunt. Ventilation with no perfusion is dead space. Doesn't affect oxygen very much. Profoundly affects CO2. changes in DQ ratio can make this difference much greater than 3 to 5 mils. And of course, machine errors can do it. And remember, since we almost exclusively use side stream analyzers, and we're drawing 200 cc's out a minute, if that becomes a significant part of the patient's ventilation, namely they're very small patients, then that can cause errors. Hard oximetry. P50 of hemoglobin A is 27. What that means is that with a PaO2 of 27, I'm going to see a SAT of 50%. And P50 is reflection, stickiness of hemoglobin, and we're going to talk more about that. Just as a little mnemonic, remember, I can estimate the PaO2 from the SAT with 40, 50, 60 equal to 70, 80, 90 rule. Sometimes I get a little lackadaisical about 80. When I was a kid, I came home with an 80. I didn't have a real problem, even though my father was kind of strict. Okay? If I told him it was really a 50, I was in no trouble. Thank God he didn't all about this 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Now, what we measure in the OR isn't the true saturation. It's something that's referred to as the functional saturation. It's the oxyhemoglobin plus the quantity of oxy and reduced hemoglobin. Okay, times 100 to make it a percent. There are other hemoglobins in there. There could be methemoglobin in there, carboxyhemoglobin in there. We're not looking at those. Now, pulse oximeters make use of what's called, and a little note on the side of this, the Beers-Lambert law. Beers-Lambert law says I can assess the concentration of the substance dissolved in the fluid by how much light is being absorbed versus transient. That's the Beers-Lambert law. And this shines light through my finger. Light goes through the finger. Some of the light's absorbed. Some of the light is transmitted across. In fact, I'm going to shine two different color lights. One looking for the blue desaturated hemoglobin, and one looking for the red saturated hemoglobin. Now I'm going to get those two numbers on the other side, and I'm going to make my fraction, and I'm going to tell you what my saturation is. Now I do have one big problem, and that is that I got a lot of things absorbed in tissue color. My finger is a different color than yours. In fact, it's even more complicated than that. My finger right now, because you can't tell I'm hot, is red and vasodilated. It's like desperate to try and get rid of this body. Okay? But this morning, when it was a bit cool outside, my finger was not so red. In fact, if it was outright cold and snowing, my finger would be blue. So not only does my finger change because my skin pigment changes, it changes with my state of perfusion. And the pulse oximeter has to decide what to do with that problem. And so what it does is it says if it isn't pulsatile, it doesn't count. I'm going to take a look at all this transmission through the finger. If it pulses and changes in a pulsatile fashion, I'm going to say that's blood. If it doesn't pulsate, I'm going to eliminate, subtract. Hence the name pulse oximeter. That's how it got its name. It uses plethysmography to determine the pulse and then only looks at those pulsable changes and determines that. All right, they're pretty accurate, but within about 2% most of the time. And what that means is that sometimes you get a healthy person in there and you see a SAT that you're not quite, why is this person at SAT 97? And the answer is that probably they're a little, it's just a little bit. That intravenously administered dye, like methylene blue, or even though cyanide green, will get to the bloodstream, go from the right side of the heart, to the left side of the heart, and they'll come out and they'll be pulsatile. And suddenly, in the case of methylene blue, a whole bunch of blue stuff just flew by in a pulsatile fashion. So guess what the pulse oximeter does? Blue stuff, pulsatile, it counts, sat down. All right, carboxyhemoglobin causes a false cell elevation. If you've worked in the ER and you've seen anyone poisoned with carbon monoxide, they are the best looking people. They're red, they're rosy, the dead part aside, they look like $1 million. They got to be an undertaker's dream come true. All right, no makeup needed here. This guy was much better than when he was alive because of carbon monoxide. It fools the pulse oximeter. It's pulsatile, not at that point. It's pulsatile. Okay, and it's red. So the pulse oximeter says, even though it's not saturated with oxygen, there's a high sat. Methemoglobin, if you made it in the lab in physiology course, you may remember that it's kind of brown. Tensors were both colors about the same. And the sat just comes out to be 85, no matter what the actual stat is. Methemoglobin does not carry oxygen, so the more there is, the less oxygen is being carried. All right, oxygen analyzers. These are the things that give us the FiO2. They're almost always on the inspiratory side of the circuit. There are a few ways we can make that measure. The most popular is the galvanic set. It's sometimes called, and on the boards as well, the fuel cell. That's because the cell gradually gets consumed, its fuel gradually gets used up in a reaction. And the reaction says that we're going to take a semi-permeable Teflon membrane. We saw Chick and Graham, the molecules bang into the membrane, and every now and then, one gets through. What determines how fast it gets through, or how much gets through? The concentration gradient. Vic told us that. So if my concentration gradient is high, I get a lot through. Concentration gradient is low, not much. Okay. When it gets through the semi-permeable Teflon membrane, goes to the other side, a chemical reaction takes place, and volts are made. The more volts that are made, the more oxygen goes in. Measure the voltage from my fuel cell, and from that I determine my partial pressure loss. Polarizographic sensors have a very similar idea. Polarizographic sensors, Teflon membrane, the oxygen gets through it, does a chemical reaction again, but instead of producing volts, it changes its electrical conductance. It makes hydroxide anion, which conducts electricity. So I apply a current on both sides, and I measure how much current went through. A lot of current went through, I got a lot of hydroxide. When not much current goes through, I don't have much hydroxide. And I measure the current being conducted, and I get my oxygen level. Increasing in popularity now, because the size has come down, are paramagnetic analyzers. Oxygen has these unpaired electrons. I can pull them into a magnet or repel them from a magnet. Means if I take a little stream of oxygen with pressure in it, and I turn a magnet on, and I pull a bunch of oxygen towards the magnet, the pressure goes down. I've got a bunch of ways of measuring the pressure. You'll see these when I've done mirror, and when I measure the pressure goes down. More oxygen, more pressure goes down. Then I flip the magnetic field and I push it back. So the pressure goes up. That differential in pressure is reflective of the oxygen concentration. Paramagnetic analyzers are increasing in popularity because there's no fuel being consumed. They never wear out. They don't have to replace anything. They never have to calibrate. And they are fast. Breath to breath, you get out.
So because we know that the galvanic cell it gets extended and it has to be replaced, is there ever a question regarding, like, you would see this and it means that that fuel cell is dead?
I've never heard a question like that, but you would see that you could no longer calibrate it. You would be trying to calibrate for 21% on room air, and you just can't get there. Okay, and that's what actually happens. Because you're out of fuel, I can't make the volts anymore, so I don't see the concentration of oxygen I expect. All right, principles of electricity, Ohm's law, E equals IR. We use this in the circulatory system as well. E is voltage, or the pressure of the anesthesia, of the electricity. I is the amperage, or the flow of the electricity, and R is resistance. The amount of power being delivered is amps times volts times amps. Now we get electricity in the United States as AC, alternating current. It means that the electrons slosh around back and forth. Sometimes they're going this way, sometimes they're going this way. They go both ways. Okay? DC says they always go in one direction. They may not always be going, it may be pulsal DC, but they're always moving in one direction. AC says they go in two ways. All right, AC has some special properties. We send electricity. Used to be there was a generator station in every town. They made DC and they sent it to your house. And fortunately, a guy named Tesla said, you know, if we use AC, we can send this, we can have one big generator station, send it for miles, and now we know about the power grid, power coming down from Connecticut, from Canada, and some from Connecticut, maybe. Okay? Because we can transmit a large distance because of this sloshing back and forth. The sloshing back and forth can change the resistance in the circuit, which in an AC circuit is called impedance. But very importantly, AC electricity can cause the induction of a current in an adjacent wire. Here's some electrons moving in blue for AC. Sometimes they're coming towards us, sometimes they're going away from us. Towards us, away from us. Towards us, away from us. And because a wire is nearby, when these electrons get close to this wire, it pushes these electrons away. And when these electrons move away from the wire, it pulls electrons towards them. And simply because of the proximity of these two wires, I suddenly have a current in a second wire that's not attached to a power source. It's called an induced current. Right? Transformers work this way. But it means all this stuff, all this electric equipment that I had in the operating room in my house has this induced current. There's current being produced by it. The higher the frequency, as the Bovie can tell you, the more induced current. Well, all that static you get from the Bovie, the EKG doing this, the radio going out, is because the Bovie's very high frequency. It's inducing a lot of current. The EKG wires, and the wires of the pulse oximeter, and the radio. Now, we know that when we hit an electric peak on a T wave, we're at risk of defib. That's a vulnerable period. Since AC is 60 times a minute going like this, it needs much less energy to produce defib than DC does. Now, electric shock is always, tends to be a very occult thing. Disruption occurs at two levels. Number one, there's a huge amount of energy depending on the voltage and the conductance that's being delivered. That can generate heat, cauterize tissue. And number two, we use millivolts, -90 millivolts for nerve conduction and heart muscle conduction. So large quantities of electricity disrupt that. Then consistently, shock occurs when a patient completes a circuit. Now, unfortunately, you have to memorize this too in every textbook. We perceive electric current 60 cycles a second, 120 volts. We can feel about 1 milliamp. Around 20 milliamps is sometimes referred to as the let-go current. It's really a misnomer. It should be called the can't-let-go current. Remember, my flexors in my arm are much, much more powerful than my extensors. So if I grab a wire that causes me to contract all the muscles in my arm, everything is contracting, it stays that way. So I ain't letting go of that wire. Okay, so it should be the can't-let-go current, but it's this. 50 milliamps is pain and seizures, should say here. And the other big one is 100 to 300 causes defib. This is AC, 60 cycles a second. Now, as supplied by the electric company, we get what's called grounded power. That doesn't mean the power can't go to the front. Okay? What it means is that the power, half the circuit, is the ground. In order to light a light bulb, I always leave the panel here. In order to light a light bulb at my house, the power company sends electricity from a generator to my house to a light bulb. And as long as the power is coming here, lighting my light bulb and going back to the generator, the light lights up. If there's a break anywhere, in fact, often I put a switch in. I turn the switch can be here, can be here, can be here. Anywhere the circle is broken, the light lights up, or the light stops lighting up. So when they first started delivering power, somebody said, well, I guess we got to deliver a wire to Vanessa's house and a wire back to the generator because we've got to have a circuit. And somebody very, very smart said, if I'm not mistaken, the earth is filled with iron and nickel. All four. And so I think if we do this, put this in the ground, this in the ground, we don't need this. Sure enough, save half the wires. Right, so now I just put this in the ground, I put this in the ground, the light lights up. The problem is, This poor guy, he lights up too. Okay? He's not happy. He touched the wire, he was touching the ground, he completed the circuit. Wouldn't it be nice in the operating room if we could unground the circuit? So then you have to touch both wires. Okay? Not just one. Right now, we've completed half the electric circuit. If I touch the hot line and the plug, I'll get a shock just because I'm standing on the ground. We use the ground isolation transformer in the operating room to unground the power, to go back to the days when we needed 2 wires. It ungrounds it. And we monitor how ungrounded it is. We want to make sure it stays ungrounded. That's the job of the line isolation monitor. In fact, it points to look at it and says if we can conduct somewhere between 2 and 5 milliamps, right, well below the threshold for peak fed, we're going to sound an alarm and say there's something wrong with the equipment. It's letting this power get grounded. Microshock. Microshock, once again, is up there with the NIOSH recommendations. Microshock says, well, that 10 to 300 milliamps, that's a great number. Right? Glad to hear about it. Suppose the wire's right in the heart. Can't need possibly the current we need grabbing from arm to arm or arm to leg if the wire's right in the heart, and we don't. And one study showed as little as 20 micrograms. Most studies show between 50 and 100. On the fortune of 50 to 100 is asked. Now, the line isolation formula transformer we saw was going to alarm 2 to 5 milliamps, not microamps. Right? It's 1,000-fold different. Nothing detects microshock except us. Patient has a wire in the heart, you have unexplained ventricular activity, especially on the boards, you're going to think of microshock. Right? Fuses aren't going to help you. The isolation transformer is not going to help you. Right? The isolation monitor is not going to help you. It's 20-fold less than you can feel. All right? You're going to be alert to it because you're seeing activation. Wire in their heart. You realize that you're the only thing that might detect. Right? Lasers. The laser activity depends on the wavelength. Now we're prepping for the board. There are hundreds of lasers. The dermatologists use lasers. The plastic surgeons use lasers. The ophthalmologists use lasers. We use them in the elbow. For us, 2 kinds of lasers. There's the CO2 laser. There's the not CO2 laser. Okay, those are the 2 lasers. CO2 lasers are long wavelength lasers. The longer the wavelength, the more inclined they are to react with water. Right? This goes long. It reacts with the first thing it hits. Okay? Walgreens, $14.95. White book. Stops a CO2 laser. First thing it hits. All the energy is going to go and be dispersed in the glass. Regular old pair of safety goggles stops the CO2 laser. The tray of food stops the CO2 laser. Energy will be dispersed to the tube, which is likely to catch fire, which we'll talk about in a second. Non-CO2 lasers, here I have to outline the neodymium activities. Today we need pigment reactants. We need either skin pigment like melanin, or in the case of using chemo. They shoot right through my glasses. They shoot right through an endotracheal. So unless they hit that blue line, or some numbers on the endotracheal tube, they don't do it. They also do shoot right through the glasses. So if I'm going to absorb that energy, if I don't want my eye damaged, I need a special color that's going to absorb that particular wavelength of laser. Right. In addition to that, the damage is going to be different. Where's my eye damage going to be with a CO2 laser? First thing it hits, my cornea. Where's the eye damage going to be with a YAG laser? It's going to hit the cornea, clear, right through. Aqueous, right through. Lens, right through. Vitreous, right through. Retina, nail. Okay, so I'm going to get the retinal damage. Dark chloride is going to cause the energy to be released on my retina. Now the big risk, of course, and where most of the questions come from, other than what we just talked about, is the risk of airway climate. Now, the fourth edition of Morgan and McHale, I haven't got quite through enough of the fifth edition enough to know if they corrected it, had a different thing than this. You're going to know this. This is what's in Barish, Miller, Nagelhout. The first thing you're going to do, so the surgeon's doing, and all of a sudden, is smoke. Okay? And the first thing you're going to do is shut off the oxygen. I'm going to ask you to put this in order. You're going to remove the endotracheal tube, and you're going to mask ventilate with the lowest FiO2 and give you a stat of 90. Those are the things you're going to do. Because there's likely some smoldering plastic or gauze or whatever caught fire in there. We want a nice low FiO2 so it burns as little and as coolly, if you will, as possible. Secondary response is easy. The secondary response is whatever the patient needs. The patient needs a bronchoscopy. You think there's ash down there or burning stuff, they get a bronchoscopy. They need positive pressure ventilation, they get positive pressure ventilation. It's whatever they need. All right. Temperature. Hypothermia is defined as a core temperature less than 36 degrees Celsius. Postoperative shivering and hypothermia is bad. It does all sorts of bad things. It dramatically increases oxygen consumption. It dramatically diminishes our ability to fight infection. It dramatically inhibits our platelet aggregation. So it's bad news. Big yellow mark. Big yellow mark. Biggest source of heat loss is from radiation. Infection, production, all secondary. Once again, like the CO2 curve, almost everything we do in anesthesia decreases our ability to handle hypothermia. Things dilate, so we can't conserve heat before. We give neuromuscular blockade, so we can't shiver. The CNS depressive effects of anesthetic reduces our brains and the desire to correct. All right, temperature gets lost and hypothermia occurs in three distinct phases. Over the course of the first hour, there tends to be a fall, usually 1 to 2 degrees centigrade, from redistribution. Heat that used to be in our core. The reason my fingers get blue in the winter is that I'm conserving heat to my core. I'm not going to perfuse my hands to keep that heat inside. But I give vasodilators like isoflurane and desflurane. We lose that ability to vasodilate. Then there's a steady decline over the next few hours. That's heat being lost. There's a metabolic rate occurring. There's a greater heat loss in the operating room. And finally, that equilibrates. If that equilibrates at 36, I'm usually pretty happy. If that equilibrates at 34, I'm not so happy. That's all a reflection of the room temperature, the rate of radiation, the rate of body exposure for the extent of we get accurate core temperatures from a course of pulmonary artery catheter to the distal esophagus. Interestingly, the tympanic membrane for the yellow mark that we like it. Mouth, rectum, bladder are reasonable alternatives, although they do not reflect core temperature after cardiopulmonary bypass. All right, the best thing we can do for hypothermia is not to let it happen. Prevention is the best. The next thing is if we have to rewarm the patient. Forced air warmers have been shown to be the most effective. All right, blood salvage. Blood salvage is a device that sucks up blood from the operative field, washes it, centrifuges it to a crit of about 45 to 65. That's less than packed cell, which is usually 170. But here's where most of the test questions come. When can you use it? When should you say, I don't think the cell saver is indicated? And it's easy. It makes sense. You don't use it if you don't want it back. Okay? I don't want infections back. All right? You're sucking out an abscess. No thanks. Okay? Malignant cells. Keep them. All right? I'm not interested. I don't know your feelings on urine and bowel contents. All right? I have several devices in my house that flush them away. All right? I don't want them back. And we know how bad amniotic fluid is. Now, washing removes platelets, coagulation factors, so wash away. It's not particularly good at removing bacteria. Once again, infection would be bad. We can help that process with leukocyte filters that can trap bacteria. All right, the bispectral index. Are you routinely using the BIS here or no? Some centers are very dedicated to BIS, some aren't. I'd like to tell you there's conclusive evidence one way or the other. a few years ago, I was absolutely convinced this would become the standard of care, and now, of course, it's really, you can find a study that says anything you want about it. My partners are very dedicated to it, so I'm going to say it's another $20 per case that you don't need to spend. Right. The numbers are important. In particular, deep sedation, general anesthetic state, and burst suppression. Okay? There's some things that change it, some of them expected, some of them unexpected. Certainly if there's a change in surgical stimulation, the level of anesthesia we expected. Changes in body temperature can do it. Of course, the Bovine messes everything up as we saw. Pressors, in particular ephedrine and ketamine, can cause a sudden increase in the vis number. Let's do a few questions and give you a break. Manual compression of the reservoir bag in order to ventilate the patient is an example of Boyle's law. When using a semi-closed circuit, capnographic findings below can be attributed to. All right, what's wrong with this? There's rebreathing. Okay, there's rebreathing. This should have gone to 0, it's a 10. And when I see rebreathing, my next question is, what circuit is used? What circuit am I using? Using a semi-closed circuit. So this isn't a flow problem. This is something wrong with my circuit. Since I don't have valves here, I'm going to have to say my CO2 absorber. Okay? Hyperoshock. Detected by ground isolation monitor. Does not occur in OR using ground isolation. Resulting in active ground here. None of the above. None of the above. Okay? The only people that are going to detect this and prevent it is us. Greatest degree of patient heat loss? Radiation. Changes in minute ventilation as a result of bronchospasm may be seen with the use of pressure limited ventilator, resistant to leak, sensitive to changes in compliance. Okay, you guys. So.
And so on. It's pretty intuitive. Nicely enough, this is a reversible interruption. Okay, so after a while, based on a couple of different factors that we'll talk about, we're going to get the use of that nerve back. And that's good news because people usually like to know that they can walk before they go home. They don't produce a loss of consciousness or CNS depression. Now, make sure you remember that this is under normal circumstances. We've all seen and heard about that patient who gets stellate ganglion block, seizes, and becomes unconscious. Right? So unless there's something bad going on, I should not lose consciousness with the use of local anesthesia. All right, so let's talk about the nerve membrane. There's a lot of stuff about nerve membranes and receptors and so on and so forth on board. The nerve membrane, as you know, is a 5-phospholipid membrane, and we all know what they look like. They have little heads, those hydrophobic or hydrophilic heads, lipophilic tails, and they're punctuated every now and again with these channels, proteinaceous channels. Always remember, when we're talking about receptors, they're typically large plasma proteins, and as such, if I have a big organic protein, what's my charge on that protein? Negative charge. Okay, large organic proteins are negatively charged. This is an underpinning to a lot of what goes on with medications who are positively charged that float along and say, "Ooh, look at this! I'm getting sucked over to this negatively charged protein channel." All right, so we'll talk about that a little bit more. The good thing to know about these channels on the nerve membrane is if I have an unmyelinated nerve, I'm going to have a scattering of these nerve channels all over the nerve membrane. Okay, they're just everywhere, punctuating the nerve membrane. However, if I have a myelinated nerve, I've got a nerve that looks something like this. It's got globs of myelin that look like this with these little active areas. These areas are known as the nodes of Ranvier. I like to say it like that. Nodes of Ranvier. Okay, and this is where our sodium channels are found. Okay, these are sodium channels, by the way. Sodium channels are only found at the nodes of Ranvier in myelinated nerves, not scattered through like the unmyelinated. Here's where I'm going to stop, and I'm always going to say things like this to you. Okay, one book's going to say this, one book's going to say that, one book's going to say the other. Classic teaching tells us that I must have local anesthetic locking on to at least 2 successive nodes of Ranvier in order to cut that nerve off and stop nerve transmission. I have read up to as many as 4. However, how do you deal with this when you're studying for boards? Well, I can tell you that I've been to an item writers workshop, and they don't allow item writers to submit a question until they can find 2 sources, major sources that say the same thing. Okay, so if you can find 2 major sources that say 2 nodes of Ranvier or whatever, this is how you're going to start ferreting out while you're studying what probably is the correct answer. But classic teaching says 2. I have read as many as 4 nodes of Ranvier that need to be locked up with local anesthesia before you stop. All right, so here's our biphospholipid membrane. Here's our hydrophilic heads, lipophilic tails. This is our sodium channel, our ion channel, and I want to really have you look at the gated ion channel, because when we're talking about local anesthetics, we really want to talk about the gates, the involvement of the gates. And the reason for that is when local anesthetic molecules get from the extracellular portion up here into the intracellular portion, the first thing they do is they become positively charged. That makes sense because we always know that the intracellular portion is a little more acidic than the extracellular portion. Isn't that correct? So when I have a local anesthetic molecule crossing, either across the membrane or sneaking through an open channel, which some of them have to do, okay, they're going to get to the intracellular portion, they're going to become positively charged. When they become positively charged, now they can interact with the sodium channel's intracellular portion, specifically on what's known as the inactivation gate, H gate. This is important. We'll get back to that in a second. This is a chart that the old Morgan and McHale used to have. The newer Morgan and McHale that just came out did away with this chart. And the reason for that is because it had a lot of plus signs on the side over here telling us what nerves are most susceptible to the effects of local anesthesia. Okay. We used to always say that the type B preganglionic autonomic nerve fibers, which happen to be lightly myelinated, by the way, are the most susceptible to the effects of local anesthesia. We also used to say that our type A alphas were very resistant to the effects of local anesthesia. And our type C, our dorsal root pain and sympathetic postganglionic, were very, very susceptible to the effects of local anesthesia. Come to find out that they did a lot of in vitro experiments with sciatic nerve of the rat. And they were squirting local anesthesia on him, and they're finding out that these type A alphas are actually pretty sensitive to the effects of local in vitro. If you go into the Barish clinical anesthesia book and you try to read about the susceptibility of these nerve fibers locally, you're like, what are they talking about? They're talking about fibers within fibers and these. What I'm going to tell you is classic teaching tells us that the preganglionic autonomic nerves are most sensitive. And do we see that clinically? Well, sure we do. You put a smile on, what's the first thing you're going to say? The blood pressure starts to drop, right? And we'll get back to that when we talk about minimum concentration of local anesthesia. Again, if you're presented with a question like this on boards, I would counsel you and say that I would myself answer preganglionic autonomics are the most sensitive in vivo, in the body. In the Petri dish, we know that type A alphas are very sensitive. A little confusing, but I try to bring that out anytime I can. I'm hoping there's no question on this on the board because everything's sort of up in the air. So to find consensus between Roulette and Barish and Morgan McHale, I couldn't even find consensus. I'm trying to look this up and figure out how to teach it. All right, so how do locals work? They're going to prevent the opening of the sodium channel by locking on to the intracellular portion of that channel, or the H gate, and inactivating the sodium channel so you don't have the influx of sodium into the intracellular portion. Okay. We know that the sodium channel acts as a specific receptor. All right, so what happens when we have resting membrane potential? We have the activation gate closed, the inactivation gate, the H gate is open. All right, during nerve depolarization, something is stimulating that nerve to fire, and you have opening of the channels, you have a rushing in of a lot of sodium from extracellular to intracellular. Remember, sodium is positively charged. So now my resting membrane potential of about negative 90 millivolts per nerve starts to march up. Negative 85, negative 80, negative 70. The more and more sodium I can dump in there, the more positive charge it brings with it. Now my resting membrane potential starts to march up till I hit something known as threshold potential. Threshold potential goes along with something called the all or nothing response. Does everybody know what that means? That means that once I hit approximately negative 70 millivolts in neural tissue, because I've been able to dump a bunch of positively charged particles in there, molecules in there, I'm going to have a firing. I'm going to have an action potential no matter what I do to try to stop that. All or nothing. All right. Here's what happens when I have a local. My local is going to either float across the nerve membrane, or it's going to sneak in through open channels that are activated. Right? It's going to lock on to that inactivation gate, and it's going to shut down that channel. Right? So no more sodium can get in there. Now I'm having a hard time getting from resting membrane potential to threshold potential, because I can't get enough positive charge in there to get to TP. This is just a review of the action potential. You'll see that every now and again we throw in pictures to sort of back up what we're talking about. Many times we will breeze right through these while we're lecturing, because there's not a lot of time to go through each and every step. But for your studying pleasure, there it is. And there's your resting membrane potential and your threshold potential. This is for nerves, neural tissue, not for muscle. They're all kind of a little different. Here's what happens. Okay, again, I've got locals. Here's my action potential, but look, I never quite make it to that threshold potential so I can have a firing and action potential going on. When I have association of the drug from these proteinaceous sodium channels, all of a sudden, they start working again and I can have action potential, and that's when we start to regain use of those nerves. And that's about it in a quick and dirty nutshell. Obviously, it gets a lot deeper than that. But if you know those basic tenets, I think you'll do okay. Here's another thing they're doing with boards. They're actually throwing things up onto the screen and saying, what are you looking at? Automedy, atricurium, pancuronium. So they're going to want you to start to recognize things, just visually. I will tell you this, that the nurse anesthesia textbook, which is full of a lot of errors, the Nagel Howden class, sorry, a lot of errors. They just came out with a new one, still a lot of errors, but they gave the rights to the NPCRNA to use any of their graphic representations for free on the board. So if you're going to see a picture of something that you have to talk about or answer about, you're probably going to find that picture in that book. All right, so refer to that book when you're looking at chemical configurations and so on and so forth. That's probably what you're going to be looking at on the board. And Klaus, I don't know if everybody knows, she's the executive director of the NPCRNA. Makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it? Okay, so now, what I'm looking at is a local anesthetic. And you have a poster out in your hallway that shows you that these locals kind of look the same. They all have this benzene ring on the side, and that's important for lipophilic qualities. That's going to help get it across that nerve membrane. I've got this intermediate hydrocarbon chain, and I've got this hydrophilic portion on the end. But this is where the money is, okay? Because this is what's going to tell you, is this one of two families of local anesthetics, ester or the amide. So I'm going to look at this and I'm going to say, all right, what is it? What is it? Ester or amide? It's an ester, yeah. Okay, I'm no orgo whiz. Gabe used to teach orgo and Stephen Hall, because he's an egghead. But me, I'm kind of like, I don't know anything about orgo except a couple of basic tenets, one of which is, if it's an amide, it's got to have a nitrogen in there somewhere. All right, so if my hydrocarbon chain is missing that nitrogen, there's no way this can be an amide. All right, so you're right, this is an ester, and this is the prototype for all the ester local anesthetics is protein. Novocaine. So So let's talk about the two different families. You've got your esters and your amides. We'll start out with the esters, chloroprocaine, procaine, cocaine, tetracaine, and benzocaine. All right? These are hydrolyzed by these non-specific esterases and plasmacolonesterase as well, which we typically think of when we talk about succinylcholine, but it does play a part in hydrolyzing our ester local anesthetics as well. When we hydrolyze an ester, and here's another one of those basic organic chemistry rules, an ester always yields an acid and an alcohol. Right? And it always undergoes ester hydrolysis, which is to say it breaks apart, the cleavage, and hydrolysis, meaning water comes in and gives you that ester, that acid and that alcohol. The acid is something that we worry about with the ester locals. Right? Something called PABA, or paraminobenzoic acid. And this is the same stuff that's found in sunblock that makes you itchy and bumpy and red. People have allergic reactions to PABA. So this should make you think that, okay, if I'm creating PABA by ester hydrolysis of the ester locals, maybe I have a drug here that may cause allergic reactions, and that's correct. Now, allergy to local anesthetics is incredibly rare. Okay, but if it's happening, it's probably happening with the ester locals. Also, you want to worry about people who have potentially a lack of plasmacolonesterase for some reason. Okay, they may have a harder time getting rid of these locals. Cocaine. Okay? Cocaine does undergo ester hydrolysis, I'll give you that. But unlike any of the other ones, it also is partially metabolized by N-methylation in the liver. It's sort of an outlier. The other thing we want to say about cocaine is that it's the only local anesthetic, and I'm going to put parentheses around only, or quotes around only, because they're finding out that some of our newer locals actually do cause vasoconstriction, but by and large, cocaine is the only local that causes vasoconstriction. And the reason it does that is because it blocks the reuptake of norepinephrine by adrenergic neurofibers. So it causes localized vasoconstriction. They're actually finding out that ropivacaine does cause some vasoconstriction as well. But for your purposes in answering the boards, classically it's cocaine you want to answer as the one local that causes vasoconstriction. Amides. Lidocaine, bupivacaine, levobupivacaine, methivacaine, prilocaine, aceticaine, ropivacaine, and divocaine, which we'll talk about more tomorrow when we're talking about genetic plasmacolonesterase deficiency. Okay. Lidocaine and bupivacaine are still the most frequently used amide locals for local infiltration. Amides now are metabolized by the microsomal enzymes in the liver. None of this ester hydrolysis, I don't have to worry about the creation of PABA. However, I know my liver's not so spiffy at breaking down these. Ester hydrolysis happens very quickly because these esters are all through the plasma. So it works very well. Where amides, the microsomal enzymes, if you give a large initial dose or repeated doses over and over of an amide local anesthetic, you could potentially have cumulative effects, leading to toxic effects of the amides. Esters, allergy, amides, cumulative effects, toxicity. And that's how you break that up in your mind. Prilocaine, okay, I have been in practice for 23 years. I can tell you I've never seen a bottle of prilocaine in my life. However, they love to ask more questions about it because when prilocaine is broken down, it's metabolized to something called ortho-toluidine, and this is an oxidizing compound. It is capable of converting hemoglobin to methemoglobin. Not good, because we know that methemoglobin does not carry oxygen particularly well. All right? So if you have a high enough plasma concentration, it leads to cyanosis. Can this occur with any of the local anesthetics? It actually can. Lidocaine can actually cause methemoglobinemia in high enough doses. The other one we worry about, along with prilocaine, is benzocaine. That's the other local anesthetic. It's an ester, but that's the other one that's implicated in this methemoglobinemia. That's the one they use when in the GI suite, when they're spraying people out. The hurricane, it tastes like white light. Here, open your mouth. All right, and then by the time you get there to rescue these patients, they're like brown looking because they're cyanotic because they've gotten too many sprays. Okay, so pharmacodynamics of the locals. I'm going to talk about this a little bit. 3 attributes. First of all, pKa. The pKa is that pH of a drug in which 50% of the drug is ionized, positively charged, will bounce off the nerve membrane, and 50% of the drug is unionized and can easily cross membranes. Right? Lipid solubility. We know that lipid solubility is primarily responsible for potency of the agent, but we're talking more and more about the fact that it has a lot to do with how long that agent stays around. A classic teaching tells us that it's protein binding that tells us about the duration of action of a local, and that's true. If I have a highly protein-bound agent and it's locked onto this proteinaceous protein channel, it likes to be there. It doesn't want to break up. It's going to hang around. Okay? But we know now, too, that highly lipid-soluble agent really soaks into those tissues, and it's harder to clear. Therefore, it may actually extend the duration of action. All right, so we know when we're talking about pKa, our locals are weak bases that are commercially prepared in acid solutions. The pKa values are going to be around the physiologic pH. All right, pKa is going to tell us something about the onset of the local anesthetic. And the closer the pKa is to physiologic pH, the more local exists in the non-ionized form, so the quicker the onset. The further away from physiologic pH, the longer it will take to onset because you have more ionized local anesthetic. Or, throw this one in, if I have an environment where I'm injecting this local into that's farther away from the pKa, such as acidic tissue, someone who has an abscess, someone who has hypoperfused tissues, it may take local longer to set up because, again, you have more ionized local in that mix. So here's the pKa of individual locals. These are the ones that we think actually onset the quickest: mepivacaine, activacaine, lidocaine, and prilocaine. Here's the pKa of the local anesthetics that take a while to set up. Okay? More exist in the ionized portion, so it takes a little longer. Okay? Look at chloroprocaine, however. Always have to have an outlier in this group, don't we? So chloroprocaine looks like with a pKa of 8.7, it would take forever to onset. But you and I know that this is desiccant, and the moment we give it, you get almost instantaneous gratification from this drug. Right? It works immediately. That's because its lipid solubility, despite the fact that the pKa is so far away from physiologic pH, it's still within in and of itself is such a highly lipid soluble agent. It doesn't matter what the pKa, it just works. It gets right across that nerve membrane and works very quickly. A couple problems noted with chloroprocaine. Right? Give chloroprocaine into an epidural catheter, and you're hoping to give intrathecal narcotics or opioids through that catheter after you give chloroprocaine. They may not work. Bupivacaine may not work after you use chloroprocaine in an epidural. Okay, so if you're working at a place like I work and we leave the epidural catheters in for PCEA for those patients, I don't use desiccant chloroprocaine because I'm afraid that it may not work anymore. Why does this happen? We're clueless. We have no idea why this happens. It just does. The other thing you want to be sure of is if you're going running down the hall for a crash C-section and you've got someone who's had an epidural catheter for a while, make sure you've got a negative CSF. Okay? Because chloroprocaine is highly neurotoxic and should never be given into CSF. In the old days, they had a preservative that basically fried your nerves. High incidence of chronic venous syndrome. Newer formulations are a little better, but you still want to make sure that that catheter is in the epidural space and is not migrating into the CSF. My favorite use of chlorprocaine is not so much for the craft C-section. I find if I can lidocaine, carbonate some lidocaine, I can get a pretty high level pretty quickly with carbonate and lidocaine. By the time we get her down the hallway onto the bed, if I'm giving it as we're going down the hallway, I've got a level for incision by the time we get there. I like chlorprocaine in a patient who has an epidural catheter who's just delivered and she has some sort of trauma. Cervical laceration, a big third or fourth degree tear, and she needs to have a lot of work done, but she's only been on that very dilute solution for labor. That's not going to cut it when the surgeon's got to go and sew her up. So I go in there with my chlorprocaine, she's numb immediately. But the other thing about chlorprocaine is you've got to stick around and redose it a lot because it has virtually no protein on it. It's on quick, but it's gone in about 3 minutes. All things to remember. Lipid solubility we talked about, potency. Okay? But again, potency doesn't necessarily correspond to onset time unless you're talking about chlorprocaine, which it does. Generally speaking, lipid solubility always parallels protein binding. But again, our highly lipid soluble chlorprocaine, we're going to find out, has virtually no protein binding. So again, chlorprocaine does not follow any of our rules. Again, generally speaking, the more highly protein-bound an agent, the longer it's going to hang around. It doesn't want to break up with the sodium channel, likes it. It's highly protein-bound, very comfortable with it. Here's our short-acting locals, procaine and propropane. Okay. Our longer or intermediate-acting locals, how do you remember them? LMP, last menstrual period. Does that have anything to do with local anesthesia? No, it doesn't, but it allows you to remember lidocaine, methidocaine, and prilocaine. But mnemonics work for some people, they don't for others. Some people can't remember the mnemonics, you remember what they're trying to remember. I mean, if I can't remember that, now I got a few things to remember. But my mind works that way, so I remember stuff like that. Long-acting locals, you can bet on them. Bupivacaine and ropivacaine, who is bupivacaine's chondrogenital sister. Etidicaine and tetracaine. What do we know about ropivacaine? Basically, very similar pharmacokinetics, dynamics as bupivacaine without the cardiac toxicity, that specific cardiac toxicity of bupivacaine. Popular form. Frequency use dependence. This is something that's very interesting and will stun and amaze your friends, especially on the OB floor. Did you ever wonder why you could give an epidural dose of something to a woman and her pain goes away and her blood pressure drops a little bit, yet she can still move around and she can push when the time comes? All right, clearly we're giving lesser doses, we're not giving 20 mLs, but she can still move her legs. Why is it? The reason is that agents, usually we're using bupivacaine or ropivacaine. Remember the pKa is up there, right? So these are agents that have a higher amount of ionized molecules floating around. Ropivacaine and bupivacaine have to count or rely on these open activated channels in order to get to the intracellular portion of the H gate, become positively charged, lock on, and do the thing. What kind of nerves fire the most frequently? Well, my autonomic is firing all the time, right? I'm not even thinking about it, they're firing. I've got a lot of open sodium channels going on. So that's a nerve fiber that could be affected a lot by an agent with a higher pKa. What about if I'm sitting in bed laboring? What's happening with my motor fiber? Is it firing on? No. I'm sitting there on my side with the table on, moaning. Okay? But that's why my motor fibers are spared. When I get ropivacaine or bupivacaine, I can still move my legs pretty well. I don't feel pain. Remember those pain fibers, those type C, they're still firing a lot too, right? So that's where you get this kind of blockade that's sort of differential. And that's really something that works in our favor in the obstetrics. We want the best some motor function. Minimum concentration. Some books will actually call this the MAC of local anesthetics. Right? And I think that a while ago, they had a question on boards about the MAC of local. What does that mean? MAC of local. I've never heard that. And then you read other books that'll say it's not analogous to MAC for local. So You never know. But all this is telling me is how much do I need of this drug to get this nerve to stop working? Period. And what we're finding out is that, again, we're back to that old battle. We know that those type A alpha fibers, yeah, they seem very sensitive to the effect of local in a petri dish in vitro. But when I put it in the body, let me tell you, it's taken a lot of local to stop this nerve from working in vivo. All right? So really, we're finding that nerve fiber diameter is going to directly relate to an agent's minimal concentration. The bigger the nerve, the more medication. It's intuitive. And so that's why we see a certain progression of blockade. When we put a spinal in, we're going to see it every time as ATP, TP, and BP. Autonomics, temperature, pain, touch, pressure, motor, vibratory. What is that? When they take that tuning fork, they get it, and then they place it on you, see if you can feel the actual vibration of the tune. Well, it takes a pretty fat, higher order nerve to figure that one out. So that's one of the last things to go. And the very last thing to go is proprioception. Your body's knowledge of where your limbs are at all times. Have you ever had the occasion to do like a knee replacement on someone? Excuse me, they've got a spinal on board, you're chatting with them, and the drapes are off. Then about an hour into the case, the patient says to you, how is the surgeon working on my leg inside the air? Or a beer block, same thing. I don't understand, why is my arm up in the air? How did I do my hand surgery? Look back. But their arm is down, and their leg is down. Why are they thinking it's up? Because the last time they saw it, it's when you were exsanguinating them. Or it was when the leg was up on the pony getting cracked, and then the drapes went up. Okay? And now your block is so dense that the body can't tell where the limb is, but the last place they remembered it was like this, or like that. Okay? So that's loss of proprioception. That's a pretty dense block. If you haven't seen that, you'll have someone say that to you. I've heard it a lot over the years. It's kind of interesting. Local anesthetic toxicity. We know that locals are absorbed systemically from the sites of injection. And we know that if the plasma level becomes high enough, we're going to have some bad events occurring. Nicely enough, our lungs act sort of like a sponge. We get this significant first pass pulmonary uptake. But again, I can overcome that, especially with our amide locals. Because my liver, my microsomal enzymes are not that spiffy. Okay, so plasma concentration is locally related to the total dose administered and also the vascularity of the injection site. So what techniques produce the highest amount of local the most rapidly? The first one we worry about, we used to say intercostal was the big baddie. The first one we worry about now is really if we have any sort of intratracheal local, airway blocks, okay, even superior nerve blocks, lymph nerve blocks because of the high vascularity of that area. But remember, if you give something to someone down their trachea, like epinephrine, for instance, it's like almost getting an IV dose. Right? So we worry about those airway blocks. Before we do away fiber optics, sometimes we'll give patients nebulizers that have 4% lidocaine in them, and we'll ask them to breathe deeply. Think about that for a second. Not only are you getting into the trachea, but you're getting all the way down. They're breathing deeply into your alveoli, which are just covered with capillaries. You're getting a very high level of local very quickly. So think of your airway, intracostal and intrapleural blocks. They're starting to talk about intrapleural blocks. Dave and I have been in practice for, between the two of us, about 60 years. Neither one of us has ever seen an intrapleural block. But they're talking about them, and they yield high levels of local anesthesia. Caudal, epidural, especially in the corticoid. Brachial plexus and other major nerve blocks, remember, they all kind of run along in these neurovascular bundles with vein and artery. You see it in ultrasound all the time. And peripheral, local infiltration. Spinal is the last one. You're only using a couple, 3 cc's max in a sequestered space. So you want to know those. Also, if I can add in epinephrine into the local anesthesia solution, what am I doing? I'm giving that local the capability to cause localized vasoconstriction. say it actually decreases onset time because you've got magnified effects of the local right in one little place, and also you have less systemic pickup, so you have less toxicity. Okay, you want to avoid use of any sort of vasoconstrictor, fingers, ears, tip of nose, toes, and hose, because you'll end up getting some vasoconstriction, possibly leading to blanching, gangrene, falling off. Everyone needs that. Okay? Toxic effects of the locals. Okay, there's a chart in Morgan Kale, there's a chart in Nagelhout, and you're going to see that the 1 to 5 mic range is where you're living in terms of, this is where my local's working, where I want it to work. But once you start to get to that 5 to 10 mic range, then 10 to 15, then greater than 15, 15 to 20, you're going down the chart here, which is bad. All right, that 5 to 10 range, you're going to start to get that circumoral. Oh, my lips are numb. Or my tongue feels like it's really big in my mouth, or something like that. Metallic taste, funny taste in my mouth, ringing in the ears. Anytime I put an LMA in, I usually give those patients 100 milligrams or 1 milligram per kilo, I should say, of lidocaine. I've actually had the occasion to have them tell me that they have ringing in their ears right before I put the LMA in. I find that the LMA goes in a little easier, they get a little deeper, quicker, they don't pick up as much. It's very stimulating for hiccups when you're running your finger or something along the soft palate. If you find you're getting a lot of hiccups with your LMA, put them to sleep, propofol with lidocaine. Wait for a minute or so, it really helps out. But I've had people say to me, ooh, I have ringing in my ears. Oh, good night. That's when the propofol goes in. Going down the list, vertigo, blurred vision, restlessness, drowsiness, loss of consciousness, and coma, seizures, horrible. If you've got a local anesthetic seizure on your hands, you know that the local is nothing to CMR2. So I've got a brain that's extracting oxygen at the normal rate. Okay, now I'm seizing on top of it. So I get cerebral ischemia from this kind of seizure very quickly. That's bad. Apnea, cardiovascular depression. Here's the thing you really want to know. If I'm getting neurologic symptoms from lidocaine overuse, I'm starting to get this fuzziness and this ringing in the ears. I know that my cardiac symptoms are about 3 times the dose away. So I have some time to sort of think about this and say, let's stop the lidocaine or whatever it is. Not so much with bupivacaine. Okay? Cardiac symptoms may actually be at the same time or actually precede my bad neurologic symptoms, which is a bad thing. We're talking about bupivacaine because bupivacaine is very, very specific for the sodium channel of cardiac tissue. Just love them. And we remember that you can bet on it, so once they lock on, it's going to hang around for a while. One of the longest ones in terms of duration of action. So don't worry about that. Cardiotoxicity, first will manifest as hypotension. Okay? Now your conduction automaticity is going out the window, you're going to have high-grade block, you can end up with asystole. What are they asking you about in boards? Well, they're going to ask you, first of all, not to give up on this patient. Please continue CPR until you can get them on bypass if you're at a center where they have CPB machines. Okay? If you're not lucky enough to be at a center where they have bypass and you can crash them on pump, you have to use 20% intralipid, which is now an accepted modality for the treatment of bupivacaine-induced cardiotoxicity. It actually provides what they call a lipid sink, which extracts the molecules out of the system and can actually restore normal sinus rhythm in the patient. What do you need to do, though? Other than the dose of 1.5 milliliters per kilo as a bolus, you want to give good, very strong cardiac compressions and continue CPR. Do not give up on these people. Don't call the code after 10 minutes. They'd probably be okay if you waited it out long enough for the bupivacaine to dissociate from the sodium. Can you use propofol? Can you use the lipids in propofol? And the answer is no. 20% intralipid is what you need. In fact, they tell you not to use propofol if it's toxicity and you're worried if you're having seizures, for instance. The better thing to use is benzodiazepines. Okay? With propofol, you're going to get more cardiovascular depression. There's actually, bless you, there's actually a checklist out there for, a checklist for what you do for local anesthetic toxicity investigation that you find it. Bless you. Obviously, if you have dysrhythmias from local anesthetic toxicity, puts the lidocaine away. And we'll give more local for local anesthetic toxicity. Well, the thing, it's intuitive. You're going to grab for these things because you're all ACLS'd up. And you're all unit nurses, and this is what you did. You can't do that. Your dosage limits for ester local anesthetics. This follows what they call the 200 or 800 rule. It's either 200, 800, or 200 plus 800, which is 1,000 milligrams for dosage limits. This is based on patient weight of 70 kilos. I think there's about 5 of them left in New Haven. I don't know what's going on in Raleigh, but we never kind of see our 70 kilo patients. For the esters, for the amides, excuse me, I gave it to you the same way based on 70 kilo weight over on the side, but in real life, what the doses are, 4 to 5 milligrams per kilo plain. If I can add in some epinephrine, I can actually bump my dose up to 7 milligrams per kilo with epi. Bupivacaine, 2.5 milligrams per kilo. And I go up to 3.5 with epi. Some sources will tell you can safely go up to 4. I don't like to play with bupivacaine too much. Ion trapping, what's this about? Well, this is noted with the use of paracervical blocks. Right before mom starts to get into that second stage of labor where she's pushing, maybe she came in too late, maybe she doesn't have a block on board, but she wants some sort of anesthesia. They used to actually take these long needles and inject the cervix at the 3 o'clock and the 9 o'clock areas. That's where all the fibers, the innervation comes through. Okay, what would happen though is that the local anesthesia would certainly float across to the fetus. And remember the fetal pH in relation to the maternal pH? It's lower, isn't it? So now the local floats across to the fetus, and what happens when it's in an area of lower pH? It becomes ionized. Now that it's ionized, it can't cross back out, it's trapped. So paracervicals have really fallen out of favor. I can't remember the last time I saw someone have a paracervical block. If anything, we slip in a spinal, throw in maybe 25 mites of fentanyl and maybe a cc of bupivacaine, something very light to get them over the edge. But we're not doing these pudendals, paracervicals, and so on. We still talk about them. We don't do them under them. Less likely to occur in the highly protein-bound locals. Why is that? Because before the local can get across to the baby, to the fetus, mom's proteins have already locked them up, so it doesn't get across. And our esters are usually hydrolyzed rapidly enough that they don't cause a problem either. Chiefly with the use of bupivacaine and prilocaine, those are those intermediate acting amides. Okay? And along with ion trapping, if you're using prilocaine, what ends up happening? Now you have a fetus with methane bromine. Not good. What else? A few last things about locals. Locals, especially specifically lidocaine will blunt the hypoxic drive at doses significantly below analgesic doses. So if I have a COPD here, group, especially a chronic bronchitis patient, blue balloon, for instance, you can get into trouble with overuse of lidocaine. Something to keep in the back of your mind. What about carbonation of your local anesthetics? This is the addition of sodium bicarbonate to your local in an effort to raise the pH such that your pKa is getting closer to physiologic, and you're going to have more unionized, and you're going to hopefully accelerate the onset of the local. Can I do it with lidocaine? Yeah, I can, and I do that instead of giving something like chloroprocaine. 1 cc of bicarb to 9 cc's of lidocaine. So whenever I go onto the OB floor, I drop 2 cc's of bicarb, 18 cc's of lidocaine, and I have it with me. Can I do this with bupivacaine? Well, yeah, I can carbonate bupivacaine, but look at what I have to do. I have to be 0.1 millicube to 20 ml of bupivacaine, because if I give any more than that, I'm going to have a precipitated solution, which I would never put this on. So at that point, is it really accelerating things? The answer is probably no. Okay, it's probably way too early to do anything. Lidocaine has 2 active metabolites, monoethylglycine xylidide, or MEGX, and then glycine xylidide. case. MLOC, question, board question out there. Does can MLOC cause methylbulimia? And you're thinking to yourself, no way. No way. What, the kid comes in with a little dot of MLOC underneath their little bio-occlusive or over here for their IV or whatever. Can they get methylbulimia? The people we're talking about are the people that are coming in to plastic surgery centers for laser hair removal of the legs. And these women get sent home with these big 5-gram tubes of MLOC, and they're told to lather their legs in MLOC, wrap them up in saran wrap, and come on in for their beautification. Okay, and these women are coming in for their beautification all cyanotic from methylbulimia. Well, what is MLOC made of? Okay, it's a eutectic mixture of lidocaine and our old friend lidocaine. Okay, so yes, the answer is MLOC can cause methylbulimia. Methylbulimia is also a concern in our GI suites. We talked about benzocaine being the other bad player. That's usually what's used in our topical locals that we spray, benzocaine. And also weight fiber optic intubation, you can get crazy. If the pump says, if the bottle says this is how many milligrams you get with one pump, respect it. Okay, figure out the patient's weight, figure out the toxic dose, stop at eight pumps or whatever it is that you got to. Stop, put the bottle away, take it out of the hands of the GI doc. And that's it for locals. Alright? So not too much to talk about, but make sure you can actually distinguish what a local looks like. And if you stare at it long enough, you can get the poster right out in the hall. Yeah.
Before we move on, when you were talking about local anesthetic toxicity and talking about like early symptoms versus late symptoms, you were saying 1 to 5 mics is when your local is working, 10 to 15.
5 to 10 is where you get that. You're in that area of now you're starting to get the ringing in ears, the weird lips.
Is that mic for kids?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And you'll see the chart. I didn't add the chart in, but it's all over the place. But who knows? They may ask you something like that. Where does this fall in? I mean, it's kind of a moot point. You know, they're getting into trouble, and you know, you're not sitting there figuring out. But yeah, much better. All right. Anesthetic agents. Let's talk about the anesthetics. How much time do I have to do this? Okay, we'll get it done. Okay, minimum alveolar concentration. For one of the first things you learn when you come to anesthesia school. For me, this really twisted my head around. I could not figure what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm talking about the fact that I am making my own inhalation agent. Okay, and I'm trying to figure out how potent this agent is. Right? And I own 10 rats in my lab. They're nice rats. And I put this stuff up, and I'm going to intubate all my rats, and I'm going to start out, okay, with 0.1% of this agent. I'm going to give everybody 0.1%. I'm going to come along with a tail clamp, kind of mean, all right, and I'm going to lock on this tail clamp to all of these rats, and I'm going to tell you, my agent's not that potent, pretty good, not that great, and I'm going to have 10 rats go when I do the tail clamp, and I'm going to incrementally go up. 0.2. Clamps, everybody yelling. 0.3. Clamps, oh, got one guy that stopped yelling. 0.4. Clamps, oh, 3 guys stopped. Right. When I get to the percentage of gas where 5 of those rats yelled and 5 of them were asleep, that is my MAC for that agent. And it's as simple as that. And MAC is a whole number. 1 MAC equals 1.15% of isoflurane. 1 MAC equals 1.71 to 2% of sevoflurane, whatever book you're reading that day. Okay, it's all over the place. So that percentage of anesthetic agent, which obliterates movement in response to noxious stim in 50% of subjects. Now, forget about the IV. Okay, I didn't give these rats fentanyl. I didn't give them anything. Okay, all I have is a machine or a bag in an endotracheal tube with no IV. When we talk about pharmacokinetics of agents, we're talking about someone that's just receiving high inhalation. You need to know these, and I think these are a gift. If you get a MAC question on board, you just thank the MD-CRNA and move on. Okay, you've got to know these. And again, Take this number with a grain of salt. This is from Dr. Eager's book, but moving forward, you're going to see sevoflurane is 1.8%. You're even going to see 1.9 or 2% as well. Desflurane, there's also a range, 4.58 to 6.3%, but by and large, the desflurane people tell you it's around 6. And nitrous oxide, very, very wimpy, not so potent. You need 104%, which again is a hypoxic mixture. The only way you can actually treat MAC with nitrous is if you have someone in a hyperbaric. What affects MAC? You gotta know this. Increase in MAC. Excuse me. Hyperthermia, hypernatremia, chronic alcoholics, patients with red hair. Okay? I always run away from those patients with red hair. No, that's not. With the ruddy complexion, you know they're going to do something bad to you. They really are. They're going to be allergic, they're going to code, you're not going to be able to get them to sleep. I just had one a couple weeks ago. We literally had to sit on 4 Versed, 250 of propofol, 100 of lidocaine, and 100 of fentanyl. And I could not wedge her jaw open enough to get her eliminated. When I finally did, she bit down on it so hard that I had to give her succinylcholine to rip it out of her face, to then suction her and intubate her too. With the EMT students standing there, can I intubate? No. Can't walk. And the surgeon's standing there going, I don't like the color. You're sassy too. You'll like it better before you suck it. That's very bad. Not my proudest moment in the OR. It was just last week. Drug-induced elevations in central catechol. What about our friends on MAO inhibitors, tricyclic? What about our friends on the SSRIs? Not in the books yet, but I can tell you, these people are tough to get down, so we may actually see that in the books one of these days. Remember I said that. 1 to 6 months of age, okay? 6 months, classic teaching, is the highest point. Okay, that's where you would need the most anesthetic throughout the lifespan. You'll get another little bump at adolescence, but that has more to do with uptake. Decreases in MAC, hypothermia, hyponatremia, pregnancy, lithium, lidocaine, uraxia opioids, PaO2 of less than 38, and that's systolic blood pressure of less than 40. Yeah. Don't need a lot of anesthesia that day. Acute alcohol ingestion, anemia, increasing age. I'll do a plus or minus on that one. At least the books tell us this, but in real life, you got your little old lady that drinks her sherry every night. You're wrestling her down too. Use of pre-op meds, those are kind of out the window. Drug-induced decreases in central catecholamines, the opposite of our MIOIs and our tricyclics, antipsychotics. Okay, we've got too much dopamine floating around, got a 12 level of it. Alpha-2 agonists, dexmedetomidine, clonidine, okay, sedative qualities of their own. Cardiopulmonary bypass. No change in MAC. The duration of anesthesia. I can be asleep for a day. I can be asleep for an hour. The MAC of that agent will not change. The uptake will change. The MAC will not. Hyper or hypokalemia tends not to have any interaction. It's the natremia, the sodium that we worry about, but not so much the potassium. Anesthetic metabolism. Okay, I usually get rid of this gas when I breathe it off. But while it's residing in my body, my liver's taking care of it a little bit. Okay, my anaerobic bacteria in my gut's taking care of it a little bit. Right? Just the metabolism. It doesn't have anything to do with MAC. Here's where people get tripped up on boards. Thyroid gland dysfunction. Everybody says, oh, the hypothyroid patient, less MAC. No, that's not the case. The hypothyroid patient has slower emergence time because of a lower metabolic rate, but not because of MAC changes. It has nothing to do with MAC. Separate that in mind. Gender. Males versus females. PaCO2 of 15 to 95 millimeters of mercury. Yes, I shoot somewhere in the middle on that one when I'm ventilating my patients. PaO2 of greater than 38 and SPP of greater than 40. MAC weight, all right? This is another one of those numbers that's starting to come under scrutiny. But classic teaching tells us that MAC awake is approximately a third of the MAC value for the volatile anesthetic that you're using, or about 60% nitrous oxide if you're just doing a pure nitrous technique. Okay. That is the amount of gas where you'll call the patient's name and they will appropriately respond to you. They'll open their eyes, or they'll squeeze their hand. MAC awake. Is that MAC aware? And the answer is no. MAC aware is a lot less than this. That's when they're actually forming memories again. They typically don't remember when you extubated them in the operating room. The first memories they start making are way after they've been in the recovery room, which is a good thing. Right. What about MAC in terms of moving? I know that if I get to 1 MAC, I can stop moving in 50% of my population. Okay, where do I have to go to stop movement in 95% of my population? 1.2 to 1.3. This is an important concept because it's not a linear progression. Right? 1 MAC, I got 50%. If I was doing mathematically, I'd say 1.1, 60%, 1.2, 70%, 1%. Now, once you get to 1.2, 1.3, all of a sudden, now you've got obliteration movement in 95%. So that's good to know as well. MAC bar. BAR is an acronym for blunt autonomic responses. We don't appreciate MAC bar in the operating room too much because by the time we're in MAC, we've already front loaded with a bunch of fentanyl or something like that. But if I'm in the desert and I only have an anesthesia machine, no IV, no fentanyl, no anything, and I have a surgeon who wants to make incision or do cervical dilatation or something obnoxious, I better make sure that I'm at least at 1.3 MAC if I don't want to see the heart rate go up and the blood pressure go up. Okay, that's where I have to be a blunt autonomic response. That's a pretty high dose. Okay, solubility coefficients, any liquid gas ratio in which gas is the denominator. What do we have to know? We have to know about blood gas, oil gas, tissue gas solubility. Right? When I'm making an agent, perhaps the most important thing that I'm looking at is I want my blood gas solubility to be really low. Why is that? Two things. I know that if I have a very low blood gas solubility, I'm going to get my patient to sleep more quickly by inhalation induction. And I also know that the moment I touch that dial, if their blood pressure is soft, and I back off a little bit, it's going to move in and out of the patient very quickly. And I'm going to get really, really quick results from backing off with my desperate, for instance, in terms of that blood pressure coming back up. Whereas back in the day when I was using halothane with a blood gas solubility that was huge, it took its grand old time getting out of the bloodstream, coming back and feel alive, breathing it off. So now I'm grabbing my ephedrine or my fluids because I know it's going to take me a while to get that blood pressure down. All right? But we like low blood gas solubility agents because the less soluble it is in the blood, the more quickly it will induce anesthesia by an inhalation. We'll talk about that in a second. Desperine, the lowest of the low. Nitrous, SIBO, and isoflurane. Don't worry about fluoride or halothane. They don't ask about on the boards anymore. You can throw those out the window. What am I looking at here? What I'm looking at here is the ability of the alveolar fraction of agent to reach the inspired fraction of agent. That is to say that if I'm giving 6% of desperine from my anesthesia machine, at what point do I get 6% in my alveoli? Okay. The agents with the lower blood gas solubility are going to reach FA, FI, equilibrium, and it's never quite 1. And it's never perfect equilibrium because of things like shunt. Right, but I'm going to get pretty close to it with my lower solubility agent. So if you go to board and you see a chart like this, you're going to say to yourself, okay, over the course of time on my x-axis, my y is telling me that equilibrium of 1 or close to it is reached more quickly by which agents? And it's the ones with the lower blood gas solubility. Why does that happen? Why can't I get my patient to sleep more quickly like this? Well, think about the alveoli as a room where a party's going on. And think about the room being surrounded by a deck. And in the outdoors, there's a thunderstorm going on outside. Right? So you have all these people filing into the party room. Right? Each person is a molecule of desperate. Okay, outside the windows, they're all looking and it's a thunderstorm. So are they going to want to go out there? No. The desperate knows that outside the alveoli is blood. You know, I don't want to be in blood. I hate it. Not soluble, not comfortable there. Hate it. Don't want to be there. All right, so now you get all these people stuffing into the party room, and they're all kind of, no one wants to go outside, and everybody's kind of pushed into each other, and so you've got so many people in the party room that they're bursting out. And everybody's been raining out, because there's just so many people, no one can fit, everybody's hot, no one likes a crowd. Same thing happens with desperate. It actually gets to the point where you have critical mass, you've got so many of these molecules stuffed inside this alveoli that boom, right? It all goes to the blood. And now it's in the blood. Oh, I don't want to be in the blood. Look at the brain, there it is. I'm off. I'm out of the blood. That's why it works so quickly. Answer me this. Why, if desperane had a lower blood gas solubility than nitrous oxide, why are they flipped? Why is nitrous winning the battle? You're kind of on the right, yeah, you're getting it, but think about when I'm giving desperane, what's my percentage of death? 6, 7, 8%. When I'm giving nitrous, what am I getting? 70%, 80%. So now think about what the room it takes up within the alveolus. Okay, and that's why it works so much more quickly, because it comes in like he's a big fat guy at the party. Here I come. Right? He takes up a lot more room. That's how all that works. Methoxyfluorine, please. What happens when you have a lower blood gas solubility agent is it's really nice on the deck. So you got people streaming through the party room going, let's go outside. Okay? And you have this continuous stream of people hopping out, and a continuous stream of these anesthetic molecules going into the bloodstream, swimming around. We're okay here. This is okay. Right? So you never reach that critical mass of all these molecules of gas inside the alveoli. Does that make it a little more palatable? I struggled with this for so long. I'm like, I don't get it. All I know is they go to stick my wax and spit on their face, and we're done. Good. And someone once told me that you don't put a percentage after MAC. It's not 1% MAC, it's 1 MAC. Okay, I get it. Not really. Determinants of FAFI. We all know that the fraction of inspired agent is going to be determined by us. Okay, I need fresh gas flow from my machine. I need to fill my circuit up with anesthetic molecules. I'm not even waiting around for a while. That circuit fills, bag fills, snore, everyone's waiting for you. Circuit absorption we don't really worry about anymore. Back in the day, we used to have these black rubber circuits, even before my time. And the rubber would actually absorb some of the gases, but the PVC really absorbs very little. FA, alveolar fraction, is determined by, the first thing it's determined by is loss. All right, so I have some molecules coming into my alveolus, but something's going on where I'm losing some of them. Something's fighting. I don't know what's going on here, but some of these molecules are getting taken away, and I'm not getting a critical mass like I'd like to. All right, so we'll talk about uptake. Ventilation, okay, sure, yeah, if you don't ventilate them, they're not getting any of these things into their alveoli. Concentration effect and second gas effect, these are kind of things that we talk about more when we're talking about agents that have the higher blood gas solubilities. We had to help these agents along somehow. We had to get to critical mass somehow by ourselves. So we'll talk about that, but those are more historic features. I don't want to spend a lot of time on these. Obviously, ventilatory, a lot of this is intuitive. The concentration effect, though, is when I used to use halanate, for instance. I knew it had a higher blood gas solubility. I couldn't just crack on the dial and say, okay, well, this is going to build up on its own. I had to force it in, like with a sledgehammer. Right? Concentration effect, the higher the inspired concentration, the more molecules are going to stuff into the alveoli so that they get pushed out into the blood to the target organs, the brain. agents with higher blood gas solubilities need to be forced because they don't do the work on their own. So, do we do this anymore? We really shouldn't. In fact, the desk brain people are going to tell you, you overpressure our patient, you give too much of this agent all at once, what are you going to get? Tachycardia. So they tell you to start at 6% and incrementally work your way up to avoid this tachycardia. Always remember this. If you know anything about what we do day in and day out, it is this one sentence. Your anesthetic will always follow a concentration gradient from areas of high to low. At the beginning, induction of the case, I've got a machine full of gas and a patient who's empty. I'm going to send it to them. It's going to follow the concentration gradient from high to low. At some point, I'm going to reach almost equilibrium. Never right on, but almost. And then when I want to wake my patient up, I stop the flow from the machine, and I have low, but I have a patient who's full of it, right? And it comes back out, and they wake up. That's all we do every day, day in and day out. Uptake. Everybody hates uptake. Really, all it is telling me that something's fighting me. Something's fighting me getting my patient off to sleep. I don't like it, but it's happening. And really all it is a multiplication of certain factors. The first thing is the lambda, my blood gas solubility coefficient. If I have a low blood gas solubility, like with desquinine, okay, and I'm multiplying this whole thing with a low number, my uptake is going to be low. And that makes sense because a low blood gas solubility doesn't like to be in the blood, does it? No. It's going to get into the blood because we're going to force it in there, but the moment it can go somewhere else, like the cardiac organ, the brain, it's going to go there, which is good. If I have a high uptake, if I have a high blood gas solubility coefficient, methoxyfluorine, the blood's going to take it up because it's very soluble in the blood. It's being taken away, right? And I'm going to have a patient that's going to take forever to go off to sleep by inhalation induction. And so uptake is not working in my favor. How about Q? We're all nurses. We know what Q is. Cardiac output, right? Again, the same rules apply. If I have a low Q, I'm a little old lady with a very low cardiac output, okay, my uptake into the blood is going to be low. Conversely, if I have someone with a very good, a high cardiac output, that bloodstream is going to grab onto those anesthetic molecules. Okay, and they're going to be whipping around. They're not going to be able to stop off. Think of it as a train. A train that's coming past the platform, the station is the brain, and the people on the train are the anesthetic molecules. Right? If I have a train that's coming through the station, chugging, is it easy for me to step off on the platform and go to the station? Yeah, pretty easy. Okay, if I have a train that's flying through the Acela at 70 miles an hour, can I get off onto the platform? I can try. I'm going to get hurt though. Same kind of concept. Higher cardiac output, higher uptake of anesthetic into the bloodstream, longer time to go to sleep, and vice versa. What about alveolar venous difference in agent partial pressure? All right. The beginning of the case, I have a lot in my alveoli, right? What about in my veins? Not so much. In order to get a venous partial pressure of an agent, I've got to have time to soak that up into my tissues and start giving it back, right? So in the beginning of the case, this number is high. So my uptake of agent is high. I have to overcome that. I have to keep delivering more and more to this patient, okay, until all of a sudden this number starts to equilibrate. Okay, my veins are starting to give me back some agent as I'm into the case a little further. You ever wonder why to yourself that I've been chugging along at 6% death rate on this patient for the past 15 minutes, and all of a sudden the blood pressure starts to get soft? Okay, and have the back off. Well, what's happening is this number is coming closer together. You're having less uptake, right? And you don't have to give as much. You filled the bucket. Now you can back off. Barometric pressure. We're in North Carolina. I come from New Haven. Right? It's always 760. I don't care about that, but 4 marks. Right? So I call that a constant. Second gas effect. This is the ability of the first gas, such as nitrous oxide, to take the hand of a molecule of a second gas a volatile anesthetic that potentially has a high blood gas liability, and bring it along into the alveoli, into the party room with him. Okay, if he comes in alone, that little volatile, and there's a big party room, he's coming back, okay, he doesn't really make his mark there. But if he comes in, a bunch come in with nitrous oxides, bringing them along, and all of a sudden they look more concentrated within that alveoli, because nitrous oxide takes a bunch of room. Right? Again, this is something that's kind of become a historical event. We don't really need to do this with our agents. Our desperate and SIBO have such low blood gas liability that they do the work on their own. All right, but you're going to see an old timer like me with a baby throw on 7 and 3 of nitrous and oxygen with the SIBO fluorine up at 8%. You know, just like your old lady, powerful. I don't really have to do that. SIBO's going to do it on its own. In fact, they always talk about taking nitrous oxide away from us. Gluten and all that. I'm going to cry. I really like it. I like it for weight loss. Not on a personal level, of course. Cardiac output directly, again, related to agent uptake into the blood. Higher cardiac output, higher uptake into the blood. Okay. Takes a longer time for that patient to go to sleep, and vice versa. FRC. Again, we're talking about buckets. And so think of my FRC patient, my patient with a larger FRC, my emphysematous changes in the lungs. My COPD patient. I have a larger bucket, right? It takes more anesthetic molecules to fill that bucket. So they're going to have a slower ventilation reduction time. Whereas conversely, I have a patient with a small FRC, a neonate, someone with a big intra-abdominal tumor, pregnant patient, obese patient. Right? Buckets are smaller. It doesn't take me that long to fill them, and I have a quicker inhalation induction time. If you know nothing else before you get to boards, you know this slide. They love to ask about this over and over ad nauseam. What about an intracardiac shunt? Well, if I have a left to right shunt, that is to say if my blood flow goes right atrium, right ventral pulmonary artery out to the lungs, picking up anesthetic molecules, there's a few, coming back to the left side of the heart, and then shunting back across to the right again for some reason, had very little effect on my inhalation induction. However, if I have a cyanotic heart lesion or any sort of attenuated delivery of blood to the pulmonary vasculature, pulmonic stenosis, or a true right to left intracardiac shunt, I'm going to take a longer time to have my patient go off to sleep with an inhalation induction because I don't get blood delivery to the lungs to pick up the anesthetic molecules that are waiting there for it. Okay? This you must know. Oil gas liability is going to tell me how potent an agent is in an oil, in the lipid. What do I worry about that for? Well, because think of the brain, it's lipid. It's a big fat ball out there. So I want an agent that's highly oil gas soluble because I know that it's going to be a more potent agent. The more lipid soluble something is, the more non-polar it is. The more water soluble it is, the more polar it is. So know that polarity. Also, polarity of anesthetics found in 1899 by two guys, Meyer and Overton, the Meyer Overton theory. And they were playing around with olive oil and such. We're taking professional aspects out of you guys' boards, so I don't know if they'll ask you anything about those guys, but I leave it in there just in case. Oil gas solubility is inversely related to MAC, and we know this. This is intuitive. The higher the oil gas solubility, the more potent the agent. The more potent the agent, the less I have to give to get 5 of my rats to stop moving. Right? So the MAC is going to be low. Nitrous, MAC of 1.4. I'm sorry, oil gas solubility of 1.4, MAC of 104%. Wimpy. Desperate 19, wimpy. Kind of wimpy. I don't like desperate really. My MAC is 6%. I need a lot to stop 5 of my rats from moving. SIBO, now we're talking 55, that's a little better. My MAC is about 1.8. And isoflurane, even better. You get a lot of bang for your buck with fluorine. MAC is 1.15%. All right, this is a weird chart to kind of figure out because it's the X's and the Y's. This is intuitive. Here's your oil gas partition coefficient increasing. Okay, your MAC here is increasing on that y-axis, but this is the y-axis that's kind of weird. As you come down the line, you're increasing anesthetic potency. So if you look at it, it's going to start to make sense. Here's wimpy nitrous oxide. Right? Oil gas solubility is about 1.4. Right? NAC is about 104%. Wimpy. Okay. Here's desflurane. Okay, it's not really. It's kind of up there. This has got around the 9. It should be down in the 6 region here. Here's our oil gas partition coefficient. Not so great, 19-ish. SIBO a little better. ISO even better, 91. My MAC is 1.15%. Check out methoxychlorine. Okay, this used to be called penthrane. They took it off the market because it had too much free-fluoride ion and poisoning everybody's kidneys. Bad. Oil gas partition coefficient, 960. And the MAC? 0.16. All you gotta do is look at the bottle. Like crazy. They used to have this thing called the penthrane whistle for patients who are in labor and they're pushing. They used to literally fill the circuit with penthrane. And the patient go, take a whiff of this. And she'd go, and she'd be kind of out of it, but then she'd be able to push, and they took it away. Like very fun. Tissue gas solubility, concerned with the lean tissue. Never tell me, if I'm your preceptor, that no one's going to wake up, fat people don't wake up from sevoflurane because they're fat. When we're talking about tissue gas solubility, we're talking not about adipose tissue. We know that adipose tissue is very poorly perfused. We're talking about things like muscles and organs, our vessel-rich groove. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about tissue gas solubility. So don't let anybody tell you that. Okay, I use sevoflurane very nicely on our obese New Haven patients. Very, very nice agent. In fact, one of the hospitals where I work, Young Haven Hospital, just decided that they are discontinuing the use of desflurane. They're taking all the desflurane vaporizers away because of its carbon footprint, which is horrible, by the way. It's about 2,500 times as bad as carbon monoxide. And they're saving about $1 million a year doing that. So the hospitals around the budget, they're doing things like that as well. But it's going to tell you about emergence time from anesthesia. The less tissue gas solubility I have, the quicker it's going to come out of the tissues, because it doesn't want to be there. It's going to hop into the bloodstream, and it's going to go back to the alveoli, and as long as you're ventilating the patient, you're going to get rid of it. Right, so here's our tissue gas solubilities, and here's where desflurane got to be super popular. Because it had a low blood gas solubility, it went on quickly, and it came off quickly. Okay? You could be reading your current reviews of anesthesia, they go, okay, we're done, you look, the dressing's going on, you're like, oh, I'm still on 6% des, shut it off, and you still look like a queen in 5 minutes. Okay? Because it goes away that quickly. Desflurane, and that's where desflurane and SIBO sort of parted ways. People don't like SIBO because there's some planning involved. Okay, you're bringing someone off of SIBO, you got to start turning that gas back. That's what I like because I train on isoflurane. That's the way I'm used to waking people up. And my desflurane patients, when they're asleep and then they're awake, and I'm giving them propofol, put them back down. That's really very smooth. I think it's been, but other people tell me they have the same problem. This is simply saying that if I have equilibrium, or as close to equilibrium as it's going to get, my pressure of my alveolar gas is going to equal my brain pressure of gas. All right, so how am I going to know what my alveolar pressure, partial pressure of an agent is? I'm going to turn around and I'm going to look at my end-tidal monitor, and I'm going to look at what end-tidal anesthetic agent is. That's my partial pressure of my alveolar. Right. And at equilibrium, I don't have to draw blood gas and figure out what percentage is floating around in my blood. Diffusion hypoxia, again, if you use nitrous at the end of the case, we know that nitrous is very insoluble in tissues. It's going to rush out of the tissues the moment you shut it off at the machine. It doesn't like to be in the tissue. Then it goes to the blood, and remember the blood gas solubility, very bad. It doesn't want to be there either. So that the moment it can possibly get out, when it arrives at the alveoli, it's going to go, chum, we're out, and it's going to come flooding back into the alveoli. Remember, though, we're talking about 60–70% of the gas. So as it floods those alveoli, it's actually going to dilute any available oxygen and other alveolar gases that are there. So that's why they tell you when you have an emergence from nitrous, you should always have 100% oxygen on board. What about carbon dioxide? guess what? That's going to get diluted out too. And if I'm heavy-handed with my narcotics, which I am, okay, I got to worry about that CO2 getting diluted out, and now my patient loses his will to breathe, so I can have apnea plus hypoxia. Be very careful with this nitrous at the end of the case. Stages of general anesthesia, basic. I don't want to spend a lot of time, but if they're going to ask you anything about the stages of anesthesia, they're probably going to be talking to you about stage 2. This is the delirium and excitement stage, where our pupils are divergent. Okay, our conjunctiva are very, very sort of reddish, okay, vascular looking during stage 2. This is the stage that if you have someone who you want to extubate, they can laryngospasm, they may breath hold or vomit during induction. This is the stage you have to worry about if I have an LMA in, all right? And my surgeon comes along and says, okay, you ready to go? Okay, we're going to start now. And it's a hemorrhoidectomy, and they do an anal dilatation. And all of a sudden, my patient on their LMA goes, eh, and they laryngospasm. Why am I telling you this story? It happened. The patient wasn't deep enough yet, probably in stage 2. They got noxious skin, and an LMA instead of a tube going through the cords. Had he had a tube in, he would have bucked. But since he had no tube in, he laryngospasm. Be very, very careful about this stage. You don't want to extubate here. You don't want the surgeons to do anything noxious to the patient to you through stage 2. Stage 3 is where we want to be. Okay, central gaze, pupillary constriction. Remember, stage 2, not only is the gaze divergent, conjunctiva are kind of reddened, but they also have these big white pupils as well. Stage 4, anesthetic overdose, true deep, commonly known as. Comparative pharmacology, the good news is that our newer agents that we have to know about are so similar that once you know a concept, you probably know it for both of them. Where there's some sort of outlier, I'll tell you about it. We know that the agents don't cause permanent memory loss or impairment of cognitive function, which is good news to me since I've been breathing them in every day of my life since I'm 27 years old. So, now you know all that. EEG activity and CMR2 start to drop off at about 0.4 Mac. Back in the day, before we had BIS monitoring, we used to look up at our end-tidal CO2 monitor, and we used to look for this number. Especially if we were on call and we had a patient coming in who was traumatized and couldn't take a lot of anesthesia. Right? We were worried about them making memories unless we could hit that goalpost of 0.4 Mac. We knew that that's where the EEG and the CMR2 are going to start to drop. Is that to say that it's a fail-safe against making memories? No. Okay. And we see this now that we're using BIS. Some people at the 0.4 Mac mark are still in the 70s in BIS. Some people at the 0.3 Mac mark have a BIS in the 40s. So we're kind of all over the place. Do you guys use BIS monitoring down here? One hospital we use it religiously, right across the street, the other one, they're like, oh, you know, we tried it on an eggplant, but BIS is 17. Okay, never mind then. Sevoflurane in higher doses, by the way, actually may cause an increase in EEG activity, so you have to worry about that. All right, probably not the drugs you use when you're in the narrow room. All of our agents are going to produce dose-dependent increases in cerebral blood flow. When you think about the cranium, it really is a closed wall. All right, we got that little hole for the spinal cord to come out, but by and large, it's a closed wall. So if I'm going to increase cerebral blood flow in any way, I must be increasing my ICP, and that is true. We can offset this a little bit with hyperventilation. We do this when we're in a neuro room and our neurosurgeon wants a nice, relaxed brain and loose dura. But the body is very smart. And over the course of time, it's going to overcome your efforts to hyperventilate, and it's going to open these vessels up a little bit again. Nitrous increases cerebral blood flow, actually increases CMR2. Now, everybody says that nitrous oxide is very depressing. Oh, patient's cardiac output is terrible. Cardiac engine is horrible. Don't turn on the nitrous oxide. If I was to give you nitrous oxide alone, without any other volatile anesthetic mixed in with it, it's actually a sympathetic nervous system stimulant. So that's why it's so much fun to have Mr. Happy Nose at the dentist. And you feel tingly and silly, and you start to sweat a little bit, and you get feeling, or you're doing a whippet or whatever, so I've heard. It's because it's a stimulant. If I mix it together, though, with desflurane, with sevoflurane, MACs are additive. Right? So that's why nitrous always gets a bad rap, because your blood pressure gets lower, because if I'm adding in nitrous with my SIBO, MACs are additive, those two MACs add together, I get a new and improved MAC, and I've got that much more bang for my buck. And I wonder why my blood pressure is soft. It's not from the nitrous, it's the additive effect of the two agents' MACs. Remember that. Nitrous oxide on its alone is a sympathetic nervous system stimulant. We know that cerebral blood flow is best preserved still with our old friend isoflurane. Desflurane probably does the same. Isoflurane can actually produce cerebral protection in the face of ischemic events and can ultimately produce an isoelectric EEG. Not so with SIBO. You see that SIBO will cause EEG stimulation at about 2 MAC. So you want to worry about that. There was an old article that told us back in 2000 that desflurane may actually impair cerebral water regulation at clinical concentrations of greater than ½ MAC. So that's why we're always very careful with desflurane in the rooms, in the crannies, and so on. If we're using it at all, we're using it probably a very low dosage of it, and we're adding in a revifentanil drip, or we're doing them on Teva alone. Cardiac output, blood pressure, SVR all decrease, and heart rate is increased during spontaneous ventilation, and even with positive pressure ventilation. If you have pre-existing cardiac disease, we all know what happens when we give volatile anesthetics. Cardiovascular effects of the agents, you can cross out direct myocardial depression, because the king of myocardial depression used to be enflurane, and it's gone. Right? We find that the agents we've had on our hands today, SIBO, DES, ISO, do not cause cardiac depression, but they may cause all of these other things. All the volatiles we know produce dose-dependent decrease in blood pressure. You see it every day. Why does that happen? Because we are decreasing SVR, because they are potent vasodilators. Right? ISO is still the king, followed by DES, followed by sevoflurane. Profound decreases in SVR. Nitrous does not cause a blood pressure decrease again when administered alone. Why? It actually causes a little bit of cutaneous vasoconstriction. That's why you come into the recovery room with your nitrous wake up and they're all nice and toasty under their blanket, and you're looking like very cold, and someone else's patient is like shivering because they just woke up from 10% desflurane, and they have cutaneous vasodilation and they're losing all their abs. Okay. Your patient may be hypoxic and not breathing from they look good. I'm shivering. Now, cardiac output and index are only modestly diminished with the use of isoflurane and desflurane. Remember, these agents actually have some intrinsic, some pathognomonic qualities of their own. So they're actually going to increase the heart rate, not to mention the fact that if I'm dropping my SVR, my heart's going to perk up and say, well, SVR is down, I got to do something to keep my cardiac output up, so I'm going to increase my heart rate. Right? That reflex does not go to sleep with isoflurane and desflurane, so you're going to have that increase in heart rate. Nitrous causes an increase in cardiac output, but again, this is secondary to sympathetic nervous system stimulation. Heart rate, cardiac stimulation occurs the most with desflurane, followed by ISO, followed by SIBO the least. Okay? Look at the dosages where cardiac stimulation occurs in desflurane. Well, that's kind of where I'm living when I'm giving desflurane anesthesia. And that's the reason they don't want you to overpressure these patients. Coronary blood flow. Isoflurane is the most potent coronary vasodilator. Back in the day when I was doing my care plans on the old-fashioned typewriter, onion skin paper, I was saying that if a patient had coronary artery disease, I could absolutely not give them isoflurane. I had to give them enflurane or halothane. And the reason is because it was implicated with something that was called coronary seal. This is to say that it was such a potent coronary vasodilator that it would open up or dilate healthy coronaries. The sick coronaries couldn't open up or dilate because they were sick. All right, and blood was getting shunted away from the sick coronaries into these healthier open coronaries. Turns out years later they found out that you had to have a certain steel-specific anatomy, and that only occurs in about 9% of the population. So what do we have on our CPV machines right now? Isoflurane vaporizers. Okay. Desflurane doesn't cause steel, so they think, at least not in dogs, probably not in adults either. In humans, I should say, not adults. All of your potent anesthetics have a protective effect on the myocardium. They did a study in dogs where they pre-treated them with desflurane for about 45 minutes, and then they clamped their main coronary arteries. And they found that their troponin, tropomyosin levels post-insult were stable. So this gives me a little bit of a calming effect when I look at my blood pressure is 52/33. And you're like, you know, we've all had those moments where we look up and we're like, no! So remember this slide. Oh, we're just getting epic into our hospital. They're starting that on June 1st. Because you know when it's 50, you're going to write it like 70. And I can't have that again with that. Now the computer's going to throwing it down there. Anyway. Isoflurane, desflurane, and SIBO don't sensitize the myocardium to the effects of endogenous and exogenous chemicals. Back in the day, when we were using halothane and enflurane, halothane really sensitized the myocardium to chemicals. It's even intubating a child and making them shoot out some intrinsic chemicals. You'd look up and the kid would be in bigemity if they were having halothane anesthesia. Okay, that doesn't happen with our newer agents, so we don't really have to worry about that anymore. What about pulmonary vascular resistance? Nitrous oxide causes an increase in pulmonary vascular resistance, and as such is contraindicated for use in the patient with pulmonary hypertension. And anytime we increase pulmonary vascular resistance, what are we doing to the right side of the heart? We're increasing those pressures as well. So we know that that does occur with nitrous. If you get to the point where you're at 1.6 Mac or greater with desflurane, you can also have an increase in pulmonary vascular resistance. This is more of an irritating quality because Dr. Eager tells us that the gas at 1.6 Mac of desflurane, we're talking almost up about 12%, becomes very viscous in the airway, and as such then increases PVI. But by and large, if you're thinking increase in pulmonary vascular resistance, you're going to think nitrous oxide. HPV, hypoxic pulmonary vasoconstriction, sounds so bad, but it is so good for you. This is the ability of the pulmonary vasculature to say, hey, this area of the lung is not so well aerated. Why am I bothering sending blood from it? Okay, I can't pick up oxygen. I can't drop off CO2. I'm going to constrict down. I'm going to send less blood flow to that area that's not getting a lot of aeration. Why should I bother? Waste my time. Good thing, because when this happens, you decrease your shock. Right? So the volatiles used to be implicated, and they used to think that the volatiles really ablated HPV. Come to find out, they do minimally. All right? The volatiles have a small effect on HPV. The baddie actually happens to be nitrous oxide and our direct-acting vasodilators. Nitroglycerin, nitrochloride, hydralazine. Those are the things that if you're really depending on HPV, like on 1-1 ventilation, for instance, don't want to use those agents. You probably won't be using nitrous for that anyway. But you can safely use our volatiles on 1-1 ventilation as long as you stay below 1 Mac. They're not going to have that huge of an impact. All of your volatiles are going to produce dose-dependent increases in the frequency of breathing. Okay? As I get deeper and deeper and deeper, I'm going to start to lose the use of my accessory muscles of respiration. My intercostals are one of the first things to go. Okay? In fact, as a patient is emerging from anesthesia, I'll always take the Johnny coat and pull it down a little bit, and I'll show my students, I want you to watch right here. When this part of the chest starts to move, and sometimes it's very subtle, you know that they're really lighting up. They get the use of that back. Start looking at that stuff. Start putting your hand on the subxiphoid area and feeling what the diaphragm feels like. Is it floppy Or is it a nice tight feeling when they're breathing? You'll get to know. So that when you go to Ecuador or Colombia and you do all these mission work, all the mission cases that you're going to do, you don't have equipment with you. If you're out on the front lines, you may not have stuff with you out in Afghanistan. You need to be able to feel an observation and know, yeah, this guy's emerging. This guy looks okay for extubation, whatever. Even though you have a decrease in tidal volume from the loss of your accessory muscles, and you also have an increase in respiration, your overall net effect is you're still going to get a higher CO2, even though your respiratory rate kind of picks up. All the volatiles produce dose-dependent depression of the ventilatory response to CO2, which is kind of not a great thing, especially if you're having units with narcotics. All of your agents, including nitrous, profoundly depress the ventilatory response to hypoxemia. If I get to 1.1 Mac of any of my agents, I have completely anesthetized my carotid body. And they're not going to perk up if my patient is hypoxemic. That's my job. Bronchodilation, we know that all the volatiles bronchodilate. Polythene used to be the king, no longer, because it's gone for the most part. So sevoflurane has taken its place. Desflurane causes less bronchodilation than sevoflurane and actually can cause bronchoconstriction in patients with hyperreactive airway disease or in smokers. It's probably not the best drug to use for them. We just had a case study in our journal past 5 or 6 years ago where there was an anesthetist in rural, I'm going to say Idaho, it was Idaho or Montana. They had a patient who was in status asthmatic, a young girl. They could not break the status. They tried everything, Tribulene, Epi, Theophylline, so on and so forth. And they got the idea to induce anesthesia with ketamine, intubate her, and give her high-dose sevoflurane. And actually were able to break her status asthmaticus, stabilized her, extubated her, and got her out to a major medical center. So for those of you who are going into sole practice, or you're going to be in the woods somewhere in rural America, and you're going to be on your own, that's something to put in your back pocket. That's a really good trick. Airway resistance, we know that irritation comes from desflurane, also from isoflurane. Neither of these agents are good for inhalation inductions. Okay, they're very stinky and noxious. Patients will breath hold. Patients will buck a lot. My LMA cases, I like to use sevoflurane. Everybody's like, oh, you can use desflurane with LMA. Yeah, I know you can. I've done it just to say I did it. But will I continue? No, why bother? I mean, unless the patient can't have SIBO for some unknown reason, I'm going to use SIBO. It's smoother on the airway, nicer extubations, tend not to buck as much. We know that airway irritation is going to decrease with increasing hours of anesthesia. Your elderly patients tend not to suffer too much from it. Obviously, our non-smokers, and the more opioids we give, the more we quell that want to cough. Hepatic blood flow and oxygen delivery is still best preserved with the use of isoflurane. Okay. All of our volatiles interfere with hepatic drug clearance in some way, shape, or form. And although released metabolized in the body, desflurane has now started to be implicated in something that looks like halothane hepatitis. There have been reports of transient bumps in LFTs after desflurane anesthesia, and the case study are more having to do with patients who are coming back from repeated anesthetics, closely spaced, repeated anesthetics, just like halothane hepatitis. You got the guy coming in for a wound washout every other day, or a burn patient who's coming in for debridements every other day, putting him to sleep. You should think about this patient. You may want to be using SIBO on it instead of desflurane. It's something, again, to think about. Renal effects, all the volatiles produce reductions in GFR, renal blood flow, urinary output. Why? Because you're dropping the cardiac output. Urinary output, again, you want to maintain it at a half cc per kilo per hour. Desflurane is the one that causes the least renal impairment. We know that sevoflurane is going to form something called compound A in the CO2 absorbent material. All right? Compound A is going to give us some 3-fluoride ion, and if 3-fluoride ion gets out there, it swims to the tubules in the kidneys. Okay, and what you're going to see is you're going to see the tubules unable to participate in the countercurrent mechanism. They're unable to concentrate urine, and all of a sudden, you've got this huge polyuria, which makes you feel good because your Foley is full, and you're thinking to yourself, wow, I'm pretty cool. Good urine output. I must be dead nuts on with my fluids. And what you're finding out is, no, this patient is having an issue. Okay? And there are actually reports out there of transient polyuria in patients who have received sevoflurane anesthesia. What do I want you to know about compound A? This right here. It's a vinyl ether. Do we care? Well, I guess we should because it's a board's question. They're asking you about vinyl ethers. And people are going, what are they talking about? Vinyl ether. They're talking about compound A. Compound A is considered a vinyl ether. And again, it's when SIBO reacts with soda lime. It doesn't occur in the body. It's not delivered within SIBO. They tell us that the higher amounts of SIBO give more compound A. They say that your fresh gas flow rate must meter exceed 2 liters per minute. That's starting to come under scrutiny. Some places are saying, nah, 1 liter per minute is okay. We still use the 2 liter per minute thing when we're using SIBO. Again, it's been shown to be nephrotoxic in rats. That's why the FDA didn't approve it for all those years. Japan has been using SIBO since the 70s. We didn't get it until I think 1991 or something like that because of this formulation of compound A. Other byproducts. First thing Monday morning. You ever hear the Monday morning phenomenon? You come in, your machine's on. Someone left the machine on all weekend long. The flows have been 10 liters all weekend long. And you know that your soda lime is probably dried out or what's known as desiccated. Desiccation of soda lime is a very bad thing. So what ends up happening is all of the volatiles can do this, but desflurane is a big player in the production of carbon monoxide in desiccated soda lime. And typically this occurs first case of the day on Monday morning. They're starting to talk about just empirically changing your soda lime on Monday morning first thing, even if you found your machine off. How about the NT day, where you've got 9 cases, and you keep running back and forth to the recovery room, and you're leaving the room with your flows on 9 because you just woke up the patient with higher flows to get that gas, get rid of that gas. By midday, you could have desiccated soda lime. Turn your flows off between cases, because desiccated soda lime can cause the formation of carbon monoxide, which is very hard to figure out, bless you. Okay, unless you're at a place where they have carboxyhemoglobin monitoring. Well, we don't have it. All right. Other things to know: sevoflurane is degraded to hydrogen fluoride by a Lewis acid-mediated reaction. This is trivia, but they asked about this. The pharmaceutical company adds a little water to stop that from happening. You don't add water to it. Let them take care of that. And also, one last thing to make you really nervous. Again, this is a Monday morning type of phenomenon, but there have been a couple reports, rare reports, of sevoflurane causing spontaneous combustion in the CO2 absorber. It just goes up into flames. Now that's a really bad day. Okay. The common element of occurrence, again, is the use of this stuff called barreling, which they finally took off the market, and the presence of dried out or desiccated soda lime. Okay. Skeletal muscle effects. All volatiles except nitrous produce skeletal muscle relaxation, an enhancement of non-depolarizer blockade. SIBO more so than ISO. ISO and desflurane is probably equal, and all of your volatile agents will trigger MH. Your textbooks are going to tell you that nitrous oxide is also a weak trigger of MH, but if you look at the mHealth website, they're going to tell you that that is not the case. Okay, you can use nitrous oxide safely in an MH patient. What are we doing with our patients? We're using propofol drugs. We don't even give them nitrous. Obstetric effects, your volatiles are going to produce similar dose-dependent decreases in uterine blood flow and tone. Do I worry about this in my DNC patient? Not so much. I worry about this when I have a patient who's just had a big 9-pound baby and they've got a big blown-out uterus with a great big placental wound. That's when I worry about making this patient bleed. so with high amounts of agents. Nitrous does not affect uterine contractility. Metabolism. As I said before, all of these agents are metabolized within the body, when they reside in the body. All right, nitrous, the least desmoid, very small amount, fluorine about 2%, SIBO, again, depending on what you read, 2 to 3%, 2 to 5%, I've read 3 to 6% in that area. Just know that it's the most metabolized of all of our current agents. A couple things about nitrous we want to know that are extra. Produces significant analgesia. It's the only inhalation agent that actually produces some analgesia. None of the volatiles do. Minimal muscle relaxation. We know that. It's the only inhalation agent to increase pulmonary vascular resistance, unless you get to a really high level of desmoid. It activates the sympathetic nervous system, and it shouldn't trigger MA. What? Sorry. Wow. Okay. 34 times is soluble in the blood. You ever see that? I just laugh at that. 4 years ago, I had a CSF with one of these spontaneous things, and so I have a patch up there, so I have a big hole in my hand. And so my ENT surgeon has told me that for the rest of my life, I'm not supposed to be blowing my nose or sneezing through my nose. So when I sneeze, I sneeze through a mouth, and it's like, anybody watch Saturday Night Live? There was a skit, you gotta watch it on YouTube. Just query Will Ferrell and Christopher Lloyd doing this Saturday Night Live skit for cold medicine. Christopher Lloyd is talking about the cold medicine, and Will Ferrell's in the back of the cold, and he's going, ha! Ha! Really loud. So my son, who's 21, will watch this together, and he looks at me and goes, that's so weird. So I sneeze 10 times. I digress. Back to nitrous. 34 times more soluble in the blood than nitrogen is. As such, it can fill air-filled spaces. The panic membrane, bowels, endotracheal tube cup, pulmonary cysts, bullae. If you have a pneumothorax, it'll get bigger. If you have a venous air embolus, it'll get bigger. So you have to worry about that. Contraindicated for use in pregnancy, quick plus or minus after that. Okay. Really nothing is contraindicated for use anymore in pregnancy. That initial period of organogenesis is what we have to worry about. But the Ames test came out negative. It may increase the incidence of spontaneous abortion, but they were never able to prove it with the Ames test. So it does interfere with the synthesis of the building blocks of myelin and DNA. So you really want to worry about that a little bit. Also contraindicated for use in immunosuppressed patients because it causes agranulocytosis. It impedes hematopoiesis. If you're going to be an abuser of nitrous oxide, you're going to end up with a peripheral neuropathy. Miscellaneous phases of general anesthesia, induction, maintenance, and emergence. That's really tough. Halogenation decreases an agent's flammability and enhances chemical stability. Okay, so which of the following would facilitate the uptake of an inhalation anesthetic agent? Okay, so to facilitate something is to make it better. And I would implore you, before you go to boards, to understand the meaning of augment, facilitate. Okay, because they're going to throw all those big dictionary words at you, expressions. Okay, so I'm going to make uptake happen more so. Am I going to do it with low blood gas solubility? If my lambda is low, my uptake has to be low, right? So is that facilitated? No. So automatically, all the above is incorrect. So now, I got two answers left. Is my Q low? And if it is, that means my uptake has to be low, right? So that's not facilitated. How about my PAPD differential? If I have a lot in my alveoli, but not so much in my veins at the beginning of the case, is my uptake going to be facilitated? And the answer to that is yes. So the answer is C. Modest increases in anesthetic depth above MAC, like MAC of 1.2 will. D, plasma mobility 95%. Cocaine. All right, facilitate is to make something better. So with cocaine, am I facilitating the reuptake or no? I'm blocking it. Can't be C. hey, it's partially metabolized by N-methylation in the liver. We know it's not an amide, it's an ester. Type A gamma fibers. Remember the gamma efferent system, physiology, the thing that keeps you from not being like a jellyfish on the floor, keeps that underlying muscle tone so you can stand upright, the muscle spindle. The gamma efferent system. Kind of a trick question. There's some physiology at you. Tissue gas solubility of chlorine. C, 99. What I'm looking at is nitrous, des, SIBO, MESA. Right? Take 5 minutes.
Distribution occurs very rapidly in the beginning, but slows down at the end as we're dependent on elimination and not redistribution. We have some pharmacokinetic terms that we must be familiar with, and the first is volume of distribution. How much body is the drug being distributed to? Now, we're about 60% water. That means that a 72-kilogram person, as we're going to see a little later in the lecture, we have about 42 liters of water, or about 0.6 liters per kilogram of us is water. So we would think that we give drugs, we would never see volumes of distribution above about 0.6. But we see much larger volumes of distribution all the time. Now the reason we see larger volumes of distribution is the way that the drug is moved through the body. If the drug likes staying in water, then we can see numbers that are 0.6 liters per kilogram. But suppose the drug that we give hates being in water. Suppose it's very lipid-soluble, like our reduction agents or lipid-soluble narcotics, fentanyl and fentanyl. It gets in the plasma, and then says, I hate it here. I'm going out to the fat. It runs out to the fat. Now, we calculate the volume of distribution as the amount of drug in the body divided by the concentration in the blood. That's the volume. But the concentration in the blood is very low because it all left the plasma, but they hated it there. It's going to say the volume of distribution is very big. So when we see drugs with very large volumes of distribution, we say they're probably lipid-soluble. They left the plasma. They didn't like it there. It was completely lipid-soluble and just hated the plasma fully. My volume of distribution would be enormous. All of it would be in the plasma. Give some drug, it would all vanish. It would all run out to the fat. All right, clearance. Clearance is the volume of plasma from which the drug will be removed completely per unit time. And these two functions yield the elimination half-life. So we see the elimination half-life is a function of the volume of distribution and clearance. Now, when you think about this, I want you to think about cutting grass. I hated cutting grass when I was a kid, but I was living free. My parents were paying for everything. So Dad said, cut the grass. I cut the grass. How long did it take me to cut the grass? Or more importantly, as this example says, how long would it take you to cut half the grass? All right, well, that was a function of two things. Obviously, how fast could I push the mower? If I could really push the mower faster, jog along with the mower, I'd cut the grass faster. That's the clearance. That's how fast I'm cutting the grass. How fast am I clearing the grass? What's the other big factor? How big is the lawn? Right? If you're living on a quarter-acre lot, you're going to cut the grass faster than if you're living on a half-acre lot. You have to cut more. So these are the two functions. The volume distribution is the size of the lawn, and the clearance is the speed at which we're pushing the lawn. How long does it take to cut half the grass? It takes that amount of time. That's the function. Now, we use a multi-compartment model in talking about the distribution of lipid-soluble drugs. And that's because the drugs don't stay in that 0.6 liters per kilogram volume of distribution. In fact, it goes where the blood flow goes, because wherever the blood flow goes, this stuff will run out. Lucky for us, the blood flow goes up to the brain. All right, about 75% of the cardiac output goes to this vessel-rich group, even though it comprises only about 10% of the body weight. So the blood flow goes to the heart, the lungs, the liver, the kidneys, lucky for us, the brain. That's the vessel-rich group. Now, it doesn't mean that tissues like the skin and the intestines and the muscles aren't taking drug up. They are, they're just not getting that high quantity of blood flow. Finally, everything equilibrates, and the only reason then plasma level falls is because the drug is being eliminated, being removed from the body. This gives us 3 distinct slopes of concentration. This is a 3-compartment model. Sometimes in the books you'll see a 2-compartment model. First, we have a very, very rapid, so we inject the drug, and we see a very rapid climb and a very rapid decline in drug concentration. This rapid decline is the drug running out to the vessel-rich groups. This is like, for example, fentanyl. Fentanyl leaving the central compartment and moving into the brain. Plasma level falls, the brain level climbs. Lucky for us. And then what happens? Well, the intestines are still taking it up, the skin's still taking it up, muscle and fat are taking it up, but they're not getting that cardiac output. So it continues to decline, but much more slowly. As this decline actually happens, the brain starts to surrender something. Remember, it's flowing in and out. It's going to go to the concentration gradient. Pick told us that this morning. Okay? It's going to leave with the concentration gradient. So fentanyl that's in the brain now starts leaving because the plasma concentration is continuing to fall as this drug distributes to these other less well-diffused tissues. Finally, when everything's in equilibrium, the fentanyl level continues to fall, but at a much slower rate. Look at the slopes of these 3 lines. They're reflective of distribution and elimination. Elimination of fentanyl is slow. It's done in the liver. We're going to see in a second. And its half-life for elimination is quite long. This has given rise to something known as context-sensitive half-time. Context-sensitive half-times say, well, we've got a complex distribution and elimination model. We want to infuse drugs and maintain a steady-state plasma level. We better take into account the fact that there's an initial high distribution into the brain and vessel-rich group. They can slow down, get slower and slower and slower. Let's take, for example, the case of fentanyl. These are studies done by Carl Hug at Emory. Hug went and looked and said, you know what? One of the best ways to measure the level of narcosis is with the CO2 curve. I'm going to give some fentanyl. I'm going to watch that CO2 curve that we talked about this morning get pushed down and to the right, and when it comes back to normal, I'm going to mark the time in. And he gave low-dose fentanyl. He gave about 2 mics per kilo. Sure enough, in 4 of these high half-times, or about 8 to 10 minutes, the CO2 curve was normal. What happened? The plasma level went up, redistributed out of the brain into the other tissues, and declined. Then Hug said, well, let's give more. Let's up it. Let's give 10 mics per kilo. At 10 mics per kilo, the plasma level went much higher. After full distribution, okay, I had high levels, and I needed longer time. Now I needed 4 of that alpha half-life to take it down and return the CO2 curve to 1. He said, well, what about when we do open hearts? We give a lot. So he gave 50. Started waiting for the CO2 curve to normalize. Lo and behold, it took hours, and we know that. Right? We know when we do sick open hearts, we bring them into the OR, we run in 50 or plus mics per kilo of fentanyl. At the beginning of the case, the whole case, the surgery, preps, drapes, incision, pump run, bypass, they close up, take them to the expensive care unit, and for hours and hours they remain ventilated. Now what happened? The first drug we had was gone in 8 minutes, and this one was gone in 16 hours, and it's the same drug. The difference was just kinetics. And the difference is the context in which the drug is being used. So the drug being used in very low dose, in intermediate dose, or high dose is going to change the appearance, the duration of this drug, even though it's the same drug, it's exactly the same distribution parameters. All right, protein binding of most drugs, 2 bind to protein. The most important protein binder is albumin. It binds other things, cordon, albumin acid, glycoprotein, beta-globulins. Highly bound drugs and have smaller binding distribution. Why? They get stuck in the plasma. Right, so if I'm hanging on to a drug in the plasma with albumin, and I go and measure the plasma concentration, it's going to be high. stuck on albumin is usually not pharmacologically active. Some drug users are very tightly protein bound, like coumadin, diazepam. And if there's competition between the sites, I may accidentally bump drugs off of albumin. So only about 3% of coumadin is actually free. But if another drug is given that can knock it off, like phenytoin, I may see a sudden change in the INR, not because I gave any more coumadin, but only because more coumadin became free. All right, pharmacodynamics. Pharmacokinetics is what the body does to the drug. Pharmacodynamics is what the drug does to the body. It's sometimes referred to as the mechanism of action. Most of the drugs that we deal with, we have pretty well defined, with the exception of ventilation agents, receptor sites that the drug interacts with in one of a variety of ways. This is classic competitive inhibition. This is the effect of propranolol on norepinephrine infusion for the change in heart rate. So we start to give some norepinephrine, as we see. This is a log graph. We start to give some norepinephrine, and the heart rate starts to change, and gets faster. And now we give some propranolol, and we do the same test, and we see the heart rate changes, and we retain this. But what did we have to do? We had to give more to get it. There's a fight going on between the propranolol and the norepinephrine. Who wins the fight for the heart rate? The propranolol wants to slow it down. The norepinephrine wants to make it faster. Who wins the fight? Who's got more team? Many more players on their team. If I have more players on the propranolol team, I'm going to compete with the norepinephrine. He's not going to get it. What did I do here? As I increased the concentration, I kept putting more and more players on the norepinephrine team, so the heart rate went up. This is a classic competitive inhibition. If I supply more agonists, I will achieve the same maximal response. I see I did it again on the third one to the right. Increase the dose of propranolol, no problem, because if I increase the dose of norepinephrine, I can still achieve a maximal heart rate. I simply need to supply enough players on the norepinephrine team to do the job. Not all inhibition is competitive. Sometimes we run into a sort of non-competitive inhibition, which we're going to see comes in two flavors. Right? This is called competitive and irreversible. This is the effect of phenoxybenzamine on the alpha receptor. Phenoxybenzamine is a non-specific alpha blocker. As anesthesia providers, the only thing we need to know about phenoxybenzamine is it's a non-competitive alpha blocker, and we give it to PrEP patients that have pheochromocytoma from surgery. It's good at prepping patients for pheochromocytoma. Why? Because of this graph. The first thing that happens is we give it, and it has to find the alpha receptor just like norepinephrine. So initially, while it's lining up, there's some competition. And then it finds the alpha receptor, and it kills it. It binds to it covalently, and it isn't going anywhere. And we can see from the green, once it takes effect, that no matter how much norepinephrine I give, I can't achieve alpha. Right? This is irreversibly bound. At that point, this receptor is non-competitively inhibited. Initially, it was a competition. Now it's non-competitive. Sometimes we see pure non-competitive inhibition. This is the case, for example, with succinylcholine. Here's normal neuromuscular transmission. I give some sucks, I give more sucks, I give enough sucks, complete neuromuscular blockade. And it doesn't matter how much agonist is given. We can even argue that agonist would further cause depolarization and make it block worse. All right, body water. We said the body is about 60% water. And now I want to tell you about the rule of thirds. That 60% water is going to be divided up into thirds as to where it goes. 2/3 of it is going to stay on our cells. The bulk of the 42 liters of water in our body is intracellular. 2/3 of it. What about the other third? The other third is going to be split between extracellular fluid and intravascular fluid. Once again, it's going to follow about a 1/3, 2/3 distribution. 2/3 of it is extracellular, but not in the vascular tree. It's interstitial fluid, like lymph And about 1/3 of it is actually in the vasculature, it's intravascular volume. Right, so we're going to be 60%, 2/3 intracellular, 1/3 extracellular. And then the extracellular fluid is going to be 2/3 interstitial, 1/3 intravascular. All right, this is just a depiction of this 60% body weight. Okay. There are pressures that hold the water in different compartments. In particular, this interstitial fluid, the intravascular fluid. There are forces from gravity, there are forces from pressure of the blood, there are forces from osmotically active components, all trying to stay in balance with each other, all trying to keep and hold onto the water in different compartments. Adults require a baseline about 3,000 cc's a day of fluid for normal homeostasis. That's roughly 125 cc's an hour. But we need our skin. Not only does it look well, it keeps bad stuff out, okay, like bacteria, good stuff in, like fluid and heat. You'll see when we lose the integrity of our skin, and we'll talk about burns as a big reason for losing our integrity of skin, we lose a lot of fluid, we lose a lot of heat. One place the integrity of skin is lost is in the operating room. We purposely violate it. We expose areas that should be kept beneath the skin to the air. And that radically changes the fluid requirements. Right? There's been some controversy about this over the years. This is what appears in most textbooks, so this is what I'm going to tell you. When the pleura, or the peritoneum, is open, all right, this jumps up to 600 or 700 cc's an hour and not 125. Why? Because we have huge evaporative losses from the surface of the bowel, the surface of the lung, the surface of the pleura and peritoneum. So there's a radical change. I'd done a medical residency for a couple of years, and I thought all anesthesia people were stupid. Okay? Why did I think anesthesia people were stupid? Well, they flooded every patient with water. They all came out and they had 2 or 3 liters of water. They're in the operating room for a couple hours. They came out and they had received 2 liters. So what are they thinking? They should have gotten 250 cc's. That's what it said. They weren't stupid. I was stupid. I didn't know anything about anesthesia. Right? I didn't realize they had actually given the correct amount of fluid. All right, now this is one of those things, if you don't already know this, you are going to learn this and commit it to memory. All right, or you're going to get a fishing license in this country. This is the fluid requirement for kids. The first 10 kilograms of body weight, we're going to give 4 cc's per kilo per hour. The next 2, 1. So keeps cutting in half. 4, 2, 1. Per hour. They word this question in several ways. They'll ask you the fluid deficit, or they'll ask you the fluid requirement. Fluid deficit, they'll say the kid was empty over 8 hours. Then you would take that hour with fluid requirement and multiply by 8 hours. Usually a calculation question. Let's take the 25 kilogram child. This child gets 4 times 10, the first 10 kilograms of body weight, 40 cc's. We still got 15 kilograms. 2 times 10, or 20 cc's for the next. And finally, I have 5 more kilograms left for 5 cc's. We estimate this child's fluid requirement at 65 cc's. Famous formula. Don't miss it. Right? It's a piece of cake. You know the 4-2-1 formula. Right? From this point of view. But it's hard to get through the word without some way being given this question. All right, serum osmolality is normally 285 to 295. Serum osmolality reflects the amount of free water. It's actually a reflection of the number of particles dissolved in our plasma. The number of particles goes up or down as a reflection of free water. So dehydration causes the loss of free water. It means per milliliter of blood, there are more particles. Overhydration means that there's more fluid in there, fewer particles per milliliter of blood. I got more water dissolving them. This is an important concept more clinically than for the boards, but acute blood loss doesn't cause any problem. If we go running around on 540 outside, get run over, one of our friends runs out there and says, lost case, too bad, sucks up some blood and brings it to the lab right off the pavement. The crit's normal, the sodium is normal, the osmolality is normal, everything is normal. How could it not? It was inside your body and it has no time. The only time it changes is when we change it. Right? When we do a fluid resuscitation, the crit goes down if there's blood loss. The sodium changes, the osmolality changes. Acutely doesn't happen. Now, we can calculate the osmolality. We're usually not asked to on the boards. But the osmolality is 2 times the sodium plus the potassium, the UN over 2.8 and the glucose over 18. What's important about this formula? The osmolality is 285. My sodium is 140 times 2 is 280. The major osmotic component of my plasma is sodium. Not confuse this with the oncotic pressure. Oncotic pressure is exerted by big molecules, like proteins. Osmotic pressure is exerted by sodium. Now, we arbitrarily define intravenous fluids as hypotonic, isotonic, or hypertonic. Right? This is just wrong. Doesn't make physiologic sense. We say hypotonic is less than 260. Isotonic is between 260 and 340, and hypertonic is greater than 340. Simply the definition. These are the IV fluids, but we're not going to memorize this list. We don't memorize lists unless we're forced into it by the board. All right. What we are going to do is pull out the nuances. Nuance number 1, this whole list. This is the only thing that's hypotonic. It's D5W. Really? Okay. A couple other nuances. There's calcium in Ringer's lactate. It may not be a good IV fluid with restoration, for example, of packed cells. There's potassium in Ringer's lactate and plasmolyte. We're looking at a patient, for example, with renal failure who we're trying to restrict potassium intake. Those may not be good choices. The next thing we're going to look at is the osmolality. Osmolalities are additive. Right, here's sodium. Sodium has 154 milliequivalents of sodium and 154 milliequivalents of chloride. This is normal saline. Gas, water, tonicity is 308. If it was D5 normal saline, it'd be 308 and 253. 261, what a surprise. Right, the osmolalities of the additives, because that's what osmolality is. The number of particles in the solution. All right, some available crystalloid and what we need to know about. Let's start with normal saline. You saw it was 308. It's largely confined to the extracellular fluid, but we saw the extracellular fluid was a combination of interstitial fluid and intravascular fluid. 2/3 interstitial, 1/3 intravascular. And what that means is only 1/3 of the liter we give do we expect to expand plasma volume. Ringer's lactate. Ringer was a physiologist in the 1800s. And Ringer said, I'm going to make the perfect physiological solution. I'm going to put the right amount of sodium, the right amount of chloride, and the right amount of sodium chlorocalcium. Okay? And decided to put that in, and he put 130 of sodium in, and 4 of potassium, 2.7 of calcium, 109 of chloride. And he said, I got a problem. I have more cations than anions. What am I going to do? And so he looked around the lab and said, well, I'm going to have to add some anions, so he picked lactate. He had a jar of acetate, we'd be given Ringer's acetate. Okay, he had lactate, he added in. Why did that happen? Because our proteins in our blood have a net negative charge. He wasn't putting protein in, so he was stuck adding some lactate. Right? It has an almost identical distribution as far as the extracellular fluid and intravascular expansion as normal saline. All right, D5W, this was our hypotonic one. It even gets more hypotonic because we usually pretty quickly metabolize dextrose, so it disappears and stops adding milliosmoles. So it functions as a means of giving free water. Very little of it stays in the intravascular space. So we kind of use D5 when we need to either normalize the osmolality of an IV fluid or we want to give free water. All right, osmolalities are additive, and the selection of crystalloid is based on what we need. If the patient comes in badly dehydrated, right, hasn't taken in fluids in forever, D5-containing solutions are probably pretty good. They're going to be a means of giving free water. If the patient's in the OR and we're losing blood and intravascular content, D5's crummy. It doesn't stay in the intravascular space. You're going to use fluids that tend to stay more in there, like when there's lactate, plasma, like normal standard. Can give colloid solutions, right? Albumin. We have some synthetic colloids, hetastarch and dextrine. These exert not only osmotic activity, but oncotic activity as well. And these big molecules tend to hold the fluid in the intravascular space. So we use them when we need a rapid increase in intravascular volume. That's where we're going to stay. If big molecules like protein or big starch molecules hold the water inside the intravascular space. All right, albumin comes as 5 or the hypertonic 25%. Hypertonic solution can actually mobilize extra interstitial fluid into the intravascular space. We don't use much of it anymore. It's very expensive. However, it's pretty safe. It basically gets pasteurized. So it has very, very little ability to transmit viral diseases. All right, hetastarch. Hetastarch comes in a 6% solution. Once again, it's got big complex glucose molecules, polymers in there. And now I got to give you some information that you're going to answer on the board, and I'm going to tell you the truth. Boards. Answer what it says on the slide. Basically non-antigenic. We start to see significant platelet function at doses exceeding 15 to 20 milliliters per kilogram. And those are the two big important things for the boards that they like to do. Here's the truth. Joachim Bolt. Joachim Bolt was a German researcher. Joachim Bolt moved from instructor to assistant professor to associate professor to a full professor by grinding out papers. He was extremely prolific. His big field of study was hetastarch. What you do, where you go, you got a lot of funding, you can manufacture hetastarch. Doesn't cause anaphylaxis, doesn't interfere with blood type, doesn't do many of these problems that we saw with dextrose. And he put out tons and tons of papers that said it doesn't cause much anaphylaxis. It doesn't bother platelets unless the dose is high. Right? It can make blood type difficult. And a few years ago, he found out he made it up. Okay? He wanted the papers, and he simply made up data. It now looks like anaphylaxis probably does happen. It also looks like platelet dysfunction probably starts to occur at some level from the first milliliter we give and gets worse and worse and worse as we give more and more. On the boards, you're going to put this and this, because that's what it says in the textbooks. Okay? Bolt is in jail. They take this stuff seriously in Europe, right? He's in jail. But just so you know where you stand, clinically, this is probably a effective in keeping it trouble. Dextran, there are two different kinds of dextran. We don't care about dextran. We don't use dextran, but we can encounter some test questions about dextran. All right, so we're going to pick out what dextran does. The only time we use dextran is in reimplantation surgery. Right? If your arm gets cut off because you fell on the subway railroad tracks and the surgeons come and put it back on, they need the blood to flow into that newly revascularized extremity, so they lower the blood's viscosity and dextran to put it one less distance, it flows more freely. This clearly inhibits platelets, and they're strongly antigenic. Right, so there are a lot of anaphylactic and even anaphylactoid reactions. We're going to talk more about those, the difference between those. Okay? They inhibit platelets and they interfere with blood piping. They cause cells to clump together and form low, but under the microscope, when we're using the MPA and the MPP serum, this causes the red cells to clump together. Looks the same, but makes it harder to play. Okay. I'm going to give you 25 hours.